Cool. All right. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Another edition of TCH Live in store for you here tonight. 5-5, no limit hold'em cash game action as always. We're fired up here on a Monday at a great PLO weekend with Fireman Scott on Saturday. Over 7.5 hours of streaming pot limit Omaha cash game action. We're back to business as usual as we've got 5-5, no limit. We've got some out-of-towners, some returning players, and hopefully a heck of a lot of action. How are you guys doing? My name is Mike. I'm good back here as always for the 47th, 48th, it's somewhere in there, the late 40s edition of streaming cash game poker at Texas Card House in North Austin. Players taking advantage of our 50% off hourly special Monday through Thursday. And we got a lot of tables going here in the room tonight. And we're going to start here with Doc with Ace-King and a raise up here to 35. So a lot of money on the table. This Taco will get out. Gnome here in the small blind. Sees no reason to 3-bet here with Ace-Jack offsuit. I mean, this is generally a position where we've seen a lot of players elect to go for the 3-bet with Ace-10 up, Ace-Jack at plus. But here with Doc with a shorter stack, you're really less incentivized to try to take the lead on it. And all heart flop here could spell some trouble here for Gnome as Doc here with the Ace of Hearts, Gnome with the Jack of Hearts. Big card here for Doc as check here by Gnome, his first act out the small blind. Pot of 185, it looks like he's reaching for just under 100. Value bet of 75. This is going to bring Gnome in and see if there's any card that maybe gets Gnome away from this river. And I don't know if that's going to be one of them, because is there any number of hands that Doc's going to raise with a 7 in it? Nope, and they're both going to check the river as Doc's going to win the first hand of 5-5 night, Monday night, TCH live, boys and girls. Feeling chipper, feeling good. We had a fantastic weekend. It just feels a little bit better when we get some Omaha in the mix, and feel just a little bit more excited to come back here for the hold'em side of things. I invite you, as always, to take a good look and smash that like button. Make sure to subscribe, turn on notifications. That way you stay up to date as to when we're streaming. I know you can't be here for every announcement, and every update as far as what's on the docket for us. We're up to 8,320 subscribers and continuing to grow. We appreciate all the folks that continue to keep getting the word out here about our channel. And all right, so we've got John raising to 35, and we welcome Taylor Carroll visiting here from Arizona. Has been talking for a while about coming on the stream. He's been on Live at the Bike many times. You see him repping the Crush Live Poker face mask. And John back here in the game as well. And there's your flop. So gutter ball here for John. Overs here for Taylor. And he's going to see a bet here as well. I think if you're going to call a 3-bet deep stack with 6-4, even if you are out of position, I'm like, all right, well, I've gone in this far. I don't particularly love this spot here, but here for John, but Taylor now has made some more equity here with a straight draw. It's still way out in front. And a nice bet there with just king high is going to push out John. So we're going to have another player hopping on in. Andrew says, man, Doc always short buys into this deep stack game. Just joined the 1-3 Thursday games. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, if you're up against really good players and you're not really super comfortable going deep stacked, I can understand that strategy and that line. It's especially when you get the kind of aggressive players behind that even if you're properly ruled for the game, that it's one way of maybe managing the variance that comes along with it. It's maybe not the way that I would do it or several other players are, but I mean there is some profitable ways to play short stack. And I mean it's still for a 5-5 game, you're talking sitting with 500, so I mean 100 big blinds. Not terribly short stack, but you know, hey, understandable. But yeah, Taylor Carroll, first time here on the program. Didn't even really get a chance to say hello. He was locked into this. It's like, I'm coming here to play. So Gnome here on the hijack. Gonna 3-bet 65 and get 3 callers, and off we go here to our flop top 2. Here for Gnome. Yeah, I'm going to see that here and try to see if he can sucker in some action. John going to call here in position here with a straight draw. Only do a 10. Pairs up his jacks, so. It does appear that the remaining jacks have been folded. King's not going to do him any good as give him a lower 2 pair. Bet at 275, and it looks like John's going to have to give it up. So say hello to Think Blue Poker. Says, what's up, Mike? Looks like a good lineup to follow. That's solid weekend of PLO action. Friend Steven there for the new vlog. Subscribe to that. I think you can also subscribe to his Instagram at Think Blue Poker. You can follow us on the gram at tch.atx. Again, over 7.5 hours of Potham and Omaha cash game action on Saturday. Check out the archive. The highlight reel is going to be outstanding because we had some big pots during that session. Some crazy hands. Just about all that was promised. Andrew saying, yeah, 100 big blinds in Texas poker short stack, especially in an uncapped 5-5. Yeah, you're right. I don't disagree with that one bit. Is Mike going to raise it 4x? Get no action here with his kings. Ken is back in the game. Let's see who else we have as returning players. John, Doc. I think everybody else is either relatively new. I know Taylor had mentioned that he was going to have another friend from out of town. And I know there's plenty of people on the list for this game as well. And glad to see that we're still having the demand for it. As masks are required here by the city of Austin. And I think that's helped us out quite a bit here at TCH because you could probably feel a lot more comfortable coming into this room knowing everybody's got a mask on versus just 20 to 40% of the room in some cases. So I feel a little bit more at ease. I hope you are too. As with the $10 straddle put on. And we got a 3-bet here by Shane on the button here with ace-9 offsuit. And John has called every single 3-bet. Has played 3 out of the first 4 hands. And top pair here for Shane. I could see him definitely calling here. As if you think you're getting 3-bet by, Ace X, Ace Broadway, King X, you're up against a lot of hands, but if you don't know too much about Shane, it's pretty difficult to assume that, okay, my opponent's raised with Ace-9, so we'll see if this bet here shuts him down as about 220. Gonna call at least one more street. You see on the corner of your screen, your upper right-hand corner, John only with 1 out. And gonna check back as tough start here for John in the early goings. Let me invite you to join us here in the chat. Say hello. The gang's all here. The most loyal fans in all the land. Nick from Yuma, V, Andrew, Think Blue Poker, Joan Fisher, Ari Israel. Kind Buds says, yo, what up, TCH hype? Like it. Always good to see my son, Kind Buds, joining us here. Yeah, that is a good question. Andre asking, where's Big Daddy Chaz at? That was the first thing I thought, too, was where is the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, Mr. Chaz? Can't win every session, I guess. No, we love the Chaz. That has been certainly great to watch in our sessions. Let's put the $10 straddle on, and we're going to have 3 players. 2's the flop. Everybody gets at least a piece of it. Is Doc with the best hand with top pair, Mike with the second pair and straight draw. King with no kicker. We'll take the lead on it. Nobody improves, so Doc will stay out in front. Got a bet of 75, and we'll take it out. So we got Andrew, we got Andre here in the chat. We got my guy Asa Hughes. Says, what up, Mike? Me and Asa, we tried to play volleyball yesterday against Pistol Pete. Started off okay, then it got worse, and then we got super rained on. So now I'm going to go ahead and take responsibility for playing very badly because I am getting very, very, very out of shape. But that was kind of an ominous feeling. We're getting our butts kicked, and all of a sudden, here comes the downpour. So, trying to get Asa to come out here to the golf course tomorrow, but he's got some workout. I can't believe people would turn down such an opportunity to hang out with me and to go work out. Good Lord. Maybe you guys in the chat can talk some sense into him. Ah, we kid. We love Asa, so. Fish cakes. Hi, Mike. What's up? Hopefully an action-packed night. Let's effing go. Like it. Like the energy here. As Shane, the raise up with King 10 of Hearts. John going to call yet again. As he's not quite gotten a flop he's liked. He's not really connected with much. And so we're going to go check here on the flop. John's still best here with ace high. The Shane, though, does turn the second nut flush draw. Bet and a call. John's still best, trying to dodge a few cards. And going to make a wheel. Technically a deuce to 6 straight, but no, this, yeah, he's going to call. Not afraid of a 7. As John active thus far, recovering here on this hand, and we'll see if the strategy adjusts for the players on lefties left. Rachel says, Mike, you do a great job commentating, but your guests need some more lessons. Well, here's the thing. I have been doing this kind of stuff since I was 17. We bring in, I mean, if you look at literally every episode that we've done, we've brought in all kinds of personalities, and a lot of the people have never really done commentary before, so I mean, I was just trying to think back. We've had Bones, we've had Rami, we've had Bart Hansen, we've had Matt Berkey, Christian Soto, Convoluted Chris from, I can't even say his last name, from the Solve for Y Academy, Brandon Kaufman, Will Armstrong, Gnome, Sammy Von Kennel. We've had a bunch of others. We had Steam Dola, Matt Clefetos. We've had some really, really sharp people here, so. Robert Pape here briefly. There's like a handful of people I'm forgetting too. That. Oh yeah, Michael Eli. Yeah, we've had some, and I like it just for the fact that we have various different opinions. Some you agree with, some you don't. But appreciate the feedback. Nick from Yuma saying, I pay $500 to golf with Mike Youngblood. Yeah, that's worth every penny. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Kindbud saying, I would have to pay you in lap dances. All my money is tied up in the stock market. From you or from someone else? That still seems a little ambiguous there. Oh, yeah, Caitlin. Yeah, Kavetsky was great. We had a great time. We had our ladies' night program. So we've got Mike versus Taylor, Jack 10 versus King Jack. Off we go. As straight draw for Mikey. Taylor will turn second pair and check it over. Now Taylor going to put in the raise. Those nice instincts. This is Mike. Okay, you raised 65. I'm going to size down to 75. There's a lot of hands that I'm going to raise you off of that I'm absolutely crushing. So Mike's going to call him here in position, though. Interesting. I'd like it a little bit more if he's deeper, but says there might be an opportunity that Taylor checks. I can represent a hand. So the Arizona State Sun Devil, Taylor. I'm going to check. See if Mike wants to go for the free card. Or will he go for the bluff? Oh, it's going to check back. So I have to think Taylor's going to check call just about any bet here in this spot. I would be surprised if he tried to bet the river, though. Bet at 350, and does Taylor smell a draw that was missed that's being bet here? Because I mean, what are the kind of hands that are going to see bet flop and then call the raise and then check the turn? Like, it just, like, unless maybe he thinks his opponent has called and then turned to a set of eights, which I don't think are getting checked back. So they're going to try to get value. And Taylor going to make the right call. Actually, he's going to put in the raise. Whew. There's some real poker right there for you. And must have learned that from Bart Hansen, because that's not a line you typically see in these cash games. But my guess is the instincts of Taylor picking up that, he may think that Mike there in that position may have a weak ace that he can fold to a check raise. Either way, he was way ahead on every street. Kind Buds, or Nick from you, or not trying to ruin your day, but there is a new virus being reported on. I saw some headline from BBC News that something out of China was being talked about, and I can't say too much. I've just said, like, I've seen it. I will probably research it. Well, what else is new? This year can't get any possibly stranger. Well, a set of fours here for John has been reeling in this session. Okay, I'm going to bet 50. John, not going to waste any time. We'll bump it up here to 185. And not going to be able to extract too much more, as I would have maybe gone for the check call, check raise. But may have believed that Ken may have had a hand that he could get sticky with. But there we go. Michael asking, anyone know if Wes Cutshall has played? He has not, from what I understand. Looks like a number of people staying home, and certainly best wishes to everybody in Houston. Hope you're staying safe out there, as the numbers trending up in Harris County, and just taking it day by day, just hanging in there. That's my default answer to how are ya, or how you been. Just hanging in. All right, so we've got Shane and we've got Taylor. Shane here with a 9 triz. Check this option here in the straddle. The small blind had folded. It is. Now Taylor here with ace high and a pot of 25 bucks, and check and check and check, and the aces go. It is. Mike Munier, Colt of Cutshall, into house. What's going on, Colt of Cutshall? Got Bart Hansen saying nice mask. Hell yes, I think that really improves your ability as a player. Let's use that Crush Live Poker mask. They know you're not a person to be messed with. Because you've gotten some really good poker training, which you can check out at crushlivepoker.com. Check out our friend Bart Hansen's training website. The Crush Live call-in shows twice a week. Hand analysis here from TCH Live, our good friend Bart. Always active, trying to teach a great game of poker to the fine people out there. Yes, Mike Munier. He drank 23 White Claws during the span of our PLO broadcast on Saturday. And I wondered how he was doing the next day. That is an awful lot of alcohol to consume. I think the table was also getting pretty drunk that night as well. So it's a family spirit. So we got John on the button. Going to raise it up here with actually going to 3-bet as Antonio. Min raise with Queen 5 suited and Eureka. Huge flop there for John. The problem is he may not get any action from this, so. Bet of 75. He's going to put on a raise here, too. And that's going to shut it down. Raise to 290. And Antonio with no. I mean, I think John's operating under the assumption maybe he's up against a 10x that he can try to extract some value on. I wouldn't. I guess in retrospect, yeah, it's easy with the bird's eye view back here in the studio to say, okay, just call pop build, but yeah, if you can pick it up right there, that's not the worst thing in the world either. So Bart, say Mike and I, we got our dogs at the same time. Yeah, it was kind of eerie because I know Bart and his wife, they wanted to get like an English bulldog or I forgot which breed it was specifically. So around that same time, I wound up just, hey, the shutdown was about to start to happen. Knew that it was at least going to be a month or two that I first just started fostering this little puppy because I'm like, all right, let's see how the little fella hangs up. If he's a crazy bastard, it just yelps and screams and makes my life a hell. I'm like, here, let's rehabilitate you and get you in the right direction. But he turned out to win my heart, and he's now my best friend and big fan of this program too. So this dogs are a blessing to us all. We don't deserve them. My mental health has benefited greatly. French, that's right. French bulldog named Charlie. Ken L's going to turn the jack high flush with the ace heart turning. And now I'm going to put the value bet there. Taco, the only hand that could conceivably maybe call here, is not going to do so. Now I'm going to take it down. So, yeah, absolutely. I would hate to think how my mental health would have been without a pupper. Be able to hug every day, throw the ball around, and he's got an Instagram. I finally caved in and gave it, so it's way more interesting than mine. So again, 5-5, no limit hold'em action here tonight on TCH Live. We've had the $10 straddle on. We've got Taylor Carroll visiting here. He's played it live at the bike. Well-respected player.
Player checks, live stream.
And we've had some pretty good action here, so. Turning player Gnome. He's been in our commentary chair a few times. Raise up here to 30. He's kind of annoyed we have somebody named Taco on the table because now it's just getting me hungry. I don't want to get hangry with anybody here. Go berserk on somebody in the chat. I love you guys, but every once in a while somebody just tries to trigger me. Not going to work this time. All right, so pretty much everybody has missed as check all the way through.
Can I get player checks, table 11?
Bet of 55. And here with Jack High, Taco with an opportunity to pick up the pot as Antonio going to give it up. We'll take it down, thank Blue Poker, and say, ain't that true? Mike Dogs are something special, and they always have your back after a good or bad session. That's really the best look, because I had a winning cash game session. I was like the happiest I've ever been to come home to my dog. He says, dude, we won. We're getting out of this place. We're getting our own gym. So that's what I look forward to once I get home from work. Let him out the crate, give him a giant hug. And I would love to give all of our audience a hug. I know you need it. I hope you're not too stressed out wherever you may be. You're safe, you're happy. Taking it day by day. And if you want to come here to Texas Card House in North Austin, we've got a 50% off hourly special. Mondays through Thursdays, we've got 3 1-2 no limit tables happening, and we've got 2 1-3 match the stack tables happening here on a manic Monday. Shane had have raised up here with 6-4 offsuit. Doc calling here out of the small blind with ace jack. Shane gonna flop the low end of an open ender. Bet of 25. Doc's gonna float it here. Shane gonna barrel at it here. He's got plenty of outs. Doc not buying it here. He's got the ace of hearts in his hand. I mean, irrelevant to any real draws, but I'm not sure if he's even using that for information, but and how about this? Doc reaching for chips here. He's gonna come out barreling on the end. Only way Shane can win this if he tries to raise Moffitt, and usually when you got a tight, solid player betting the river in that spot, you're asking for trouble if you try to play back at him. But yeah, I mean Texas. Excuse me. Yeah, Texas is in kind of a weird spot. I mean, we are seeing the cases rise. Since this is not a bar, like I think we're not under the same umbrella as far as the bars that have been shut down. I think restaurants have been reduced in capacity. If they've talked about it, extending the stay-at-home orders. I don't know how you enforce this stuff, but it's shut down the tubing parts, and some of the parks are going to be shut down over the weekend for 4th of July weekend coming up. So the poker room might be the safest and only accessible fun thing to do for a lot of people here for a bit. The second pair for Taco. Doc here with bottom pair. Here with a 5 Dewey. Fish cakes. Mike, don't let any of the shack guys ever trigger. Most of the time, just letting out on frustration. Shutdown is brutal. Yeah, I mean, I just like to. I do enjoy it if somebody gives me a window that if they just come to me with something really ridiculous that it can roast them. Yeah, trolls are trolls. We've been dealing with that for online forever, so I'm not too annoyed, but it's just every once in a while you can tell somebody might be serious and they're just taking a really weird logic line. But usually I'm a happy-go-lucky, jolly good dude, and the happy fun time hour of TCH Live, as we have come to know and love. Justin saying Independence Day. Yeah, this is the special time of year where we all gather around and we watch Will Smith, Jeff Goldblum save the planet. And we could have a spaceship take off here for Taylor as he's got queens with ace-king to his left, ace-king to his right. And he's been 3-bet, so here comes the 4th bet. Here up to 275 as Doc in position. 215 more for him to call would leave him roughly about 430 back. IHS fan, I assume that's Rick. So it's all okay until they cancel football. Yeah, that is going to be, ooh. Boy, you're going to run into some problems here if we can't have our favorite football teams playing, because that is our one retreat. I think for a lot of people, we put the arguments down, we put the hatred and the bitterness down, and then we channel that right into our football teams. What do you mean? We got a great running game. Then you can kind of stop arguing about politics and start arguing which quarterback is better. I think it's just better for people. All right, Antonio going to call here. Taylor's got in position with him here with the overpair. And queen's up. Good board here for Taylor, and a pot is 620, and you'll take a look at what Antonio has for his chip stack and decide what size this is going to be. I would probably bet if he went the 4-bet 275, I would guess he's either going to bet somewhere around that mark or somewhere between about 250 to 350, I think is. He may decide differently. He's grabbing a lot of blacks, so. And a bet at 375, so I was off. I was off by about 25 bucks. Gives Antonio some room to maybe try to make a move at this pot. And the best hand holds is that will drive out the other ace-king. So that's everything going well here thus far here for Taylor. SD and R and roll. NBA to allow SJW crap for the names on jerseys. Yeah, I understand that sentiment. I think for a lot of those guys who, let's face it, the NBA is largely African American. That their experience in all of this is going to be a lot different from mine or for the average fan. So, yeah, I'm not going to judge it too harshly. And, I hope whatever message goes out there is one for positivity, stand for things that help all the communities and hopefully help our society. We got NBA basketball coming back at the end of the month. I am super fired up for this. Baseball's coming back.
And I told them immediately as I called, I was like, I should have ripped it.
X Duffy says, LOL, I've always heard when someone checks your stack, they're always bluffing. Live reads, am I right? Yeah, I'm trying to piece together my thoughts on that. Let me come back to that as we've got 4 players here in a multi-way pot of 8s, 5s, 4s, and ace deuce. And a flop everybody hates. Still the board everybody hates here, as Antonio's got the best hand with 8s. Doc with the only player with a heart out of these 4 players. And a set of 8s here on the end for Antonio, but a heart flush here for Doc. 4 of hearts. And I think if anybody bet this, totally pick this up, but he'll check it and he'll flip it. Gonna need to see both cards there, sir. There you go. Dealer in me always lives. Antonio had rivered a set of 8s, but nobody interested in putting that chip in there. Joan Fisher, Mike, will get to see you play sometime. I talked with somebody that was interested in staking me here for the 1-3 game. I hope to be able to do that at some point. I would actually love to play in that 1-3 game because primarily a tournament player, but I've internalized a lot of stuff here from all these games. That the few times I have been able to play cash, I've felt a hell of a lot more comfortable than I ever have in years. So I would love to get on just so people could see what I look like, see how badly or how good I play, and just kind of get the experience too. So I hope that becomes a reality at some point. I have not gotten to play the $150 Mega Stack freeze-outs yet on Sundays, which we will start streaming those as of the 12th again. So we've got one more Sunday tournament without a stream. That's the $150 Mega Stack freeze-out at Texas Card House in North Austin. Then the following week, the 12th, we will start streaming the final table yet again. So John at 3-bet, 115. Doc electing to call. I think he gave it up because he had to raise it here to 30.
Yes.
So we'll keep it on moving here to the next hand. Blessing staked for 1-3. Well, I mean, here in 1-3 for this game, plays a lot bigger. I wouldn't want to play it with just like one bullet. Like I would like to have some behind me, so you have kind of a full Rolodex of moves versus just like, well, I've got ace king. I guess I just got to shove 300 in the middle and hope push and pray ace king. Or I'm not deeply ruled for that I'm interested in just losing every cent to my name just to prove something to 200 YouTube viewers or 200 YouTube chatters.
You set it up for the second to last hand of the night.
And then someone else will have it.
It's tough to make a buck out there, but also pouring all my money into moving into a new location. So.
Your lower card down one.
All right, ace 10, ace jack, ace 9. And everybody misses. And about a 50, and Doc, the first one to attack it, and he's going to be the one to pick it up.
He is king queen every time.
Joan Fisher says the cult of young. That, you know, that is a group that's growing every single day. Got a long way to go to catch up with the cult of Cutshall. That is a huge group, amongst the biggest in the land. We certainly miss Wes. I hope that the circumstances of the poker world can get him back onto the tables. But, you know, I had like a lot of people just waiting it out. So go ahead, click subscribe, turn on notifications. Guys, tomorrow is going to be my birthday. So if you can't give me a gift, there's one thing you can do to help me celebrate, and that's rear back and smash that like button. 35 years of greatness celebrating Mikey. And the only simple thing I ask is get that thumbs up, a little love for your Uncle Mikey here on TCH Live. All right, yeah, Taco raising up here to 30. Mike electing to 3-bet with mystery hand. Antonio cold calling. And it's taco time.
Deal. Yeah. Deal. I'll take that. I'll be the nuts.
All right, here we go. King,
Really
king,
close.
king. We 3 kings here on the flop. And Antonio is going to be the one to bet it. Mike here with the mystery hand. I would probably guess there's maybe a pair underneath there. Guess like 8s, 9s, something like that. Goes check, check here on the turn. Now here the bet on the river. Here to 150. Oh, he actually called him with ace queen. Pretty nice call there. That's not the easiest one to make, but the board works out in his favor. Thank you, guys. 35 tomorrow. It's, I don't know. I think as I get older, I'm less enthusiastic for these. You know, when you're a kid, you're just like, yeah, happy, it's my birthday. And you know, as you get older, you're just like, ah, shit. Clock is on.
I'll take it back to you now.
But I appreciate the love. I think I'm going to go try to find a golf course because that's about the only thing we have left to do.
Right there, wherever you'd like to take it. Nice, something we brought to my
Thank you all. Steven said, I left some live oak Hefeweizen in your fridge for your birthday, Mike. Literally in my house? Is that what you did? I appreciate that. I'll crack that open as soon as we get home. Guess if anybody wants to drop a shot off here in the studio, I could probably open the door for you. All right, ace jack versus ace 4. Not suited. And the wheel as it's taco time. Check and check, because a little surprised maybe we didn't see a bet there from Taco, but bet of 40. I can see Doc calling here. The flop wheel here for Taco is. The longer he waits, the less inclined I feel like Doc's going to call. And I'm going to go ahead and take her on down. So.
Oh, easy. If they do everything they say they're going to do, yeah, easy. I still don't think they're going to be able to cut rounders. They're putting the ball.
We will be closed for the 4th of July. But we're going to be open every day before then, obviously. 50% off hourly Mondays through Thursdays. We've got our Wednesday free roll back here, 1K guaranteed on Wednesday. We will have the PLO free roll on Friday, and also ladies' night on Friday as well.
Atlas the other day. Really? At 5 minutes?
Stevenson, I left some beer in your fridge because I'm living on your porch. Yeah, this homelessness is really impacting everybody.
That's only the 2 people in our home.
Yeah, you can't even go out
The worst players we play with.
in your front yard and take a peek around without somebody trying to get in your house these days is crazy.
They just pile in. That's because you're an idiot and didn't
Taylor here, standard open. 9-8 suited, gonna get 3-bet here by Shane. With the real hand, a pair of ladies. And not gonna continue further with it out of position. So funny times asking what are the current operating hours. The opening times are each at 11 a.m.
This is true.
Open till about 4 a.m. Tuesdays. I'm gonna close somewhere between, Sundays. What the hell is Tuesdays? But Sundays between about 2 and 3 a.m. So we are, since we've come back from the shutdown, we used to be open 24 hours on Friday and Saturdays, but we want to be able to do the necessary cleaning and all that good stuff here on the overnight, and open at 11, close at 4, except on Sundays we're closed a little bit earlier. Antonio here with ace-king with a raise of 55. Ooh, Doc has got queens. So we could see some early fireworks here before 4th of July.
This is the perfect time. I haven't played a hand yet. I'm going to go to him into this bluff.
So 3-bet here to 155 here by Doc. He's got about 735 back. So another 100 here to call for Antonio.
He called me like 11:30. He's like, I just called. They said I'm 10, not 9.
Yeah, I called in a favor.
And queen right there in the window. Top pair here for Antonio. Doc's looking at a payday here. Checks over here to Antonio. Is going to bet 150. Now Doc deciding if you want to raise it up now or wait here till the turn. A little slide check back.
Not even suited.
Off. It's not off on the book.
$5 discount.
I mean, I would obviously be a little bit worried. I was up against maybe like a 10 jack, but
Like, if you get a queen on the river, like, all right. Like, the river you
turn comes a jack of clubs. Set of queens still great here for Doc, but
yeah.
and a bet of at least 200.
No, he said all in.
I said all in.
He said all in.
And it looks like Antonio has put in the raise all in, and he's going to get insta-called here by Doc, and rightfully so. And the deuce is going to come on the end. So Doc had started this cash game 500. And the cards have worked in his favor as he's been able to chip up here to 1,800. And that shows some of the value here of short stacking some of these games. I know it's more in vogue to sit with, 3K, 5K, and I think if you have a skill advantage, there's definitely a great reason to do that. But, if you can understand how to short stack effectively, you can get yourselves into situations like this where you use some momentum, you hit some hands, and get piles and piles and piles of chips here at Texas Card House. So, nice hand. Candidate for one of our hands of the night here thus far. Landon saying, please don't advocate short stack. I'm not saying like everybody should do it. Because I know that can be really aggravating for some players that, you know, hey, you're getting a 5-5 game, you're getting a 1-3 game, you don't want to have to go up against short stackers that can be kind of a nuisance that you've got to apply a different strategy towards, but yeah, hey, everybody's got a right to play how they choose. For some, they may have a personal preference to do that. Kyle says, I feel bad for all the stupid questions y'all have to answer. I mean, sometimes they're pretty simple, and sometimes they're necessary, and they come up frequently that the more you answer them, the less you have to. And sometimes the chat has the answer for me, so I've just turned it over to you guys to answer that sometimes, because Shane raising up here with some trays, going to get some action. We were talking on PLO Saturday that we should have like a game function where you guys can bet with each other red or black on some of these flops. I'm going to guess we're going to get a red flop here. Boom. Nut flush draw here from Mike. Not much for anybody else, though. Now 3-of-a-kind fives here for Taco. No action all the way through. Now Taco finally gets to bet his fives. Chris O'Brien said, who would want to play with masks? No social distancing here. Well, I think masks are very comfortable. I think they're fantastic. In fact, I never take mine off. I think they're the most comfortable thing I've ever worn. Plus, they are mandated here by the city. And I think if you are the kind of person who whines about masks, you're a gigantic baby. And part of why we're in this mess to begin with. So, I love you otherwise, but don't be a baby. Put on a mask. Your rights aren't being infringed on. We're dealing with something very serious. Other countries have shown this. You know, if it wasn't for other countries that exist, like I could kind of understand this sort of like anti-mask sentiment, but like when South Korea has basically no cases compared to ours because people are like actually wearing masks, it's like, gee, I wonder where the correlation is. I'm kidding. Now we got mystery hands on top of Taylor and Antonio. I don't want to insult anybody, but it's just, man, we just see this stuff every day on social media. Just like, what are we missing in being able to inform people? Well, I mean, Taylor looks pretty comfortable because he's got that Crush Live poker mask. I think you can buy one at crushlivepoker.com. I think we're providing masks here at Texas Card House as well as going to flop the ace-high diamonds. Trying to see if there's a store here on the Crush Live Poker website. Articles, form, schedule, curriculum.
Well, you're saying that because you don't.
Yeah, if Bart can pop out here in the chat.
It's easy to say it. Sure, I'll go 640. Cool.
Tell us where the heck we can get one of those awesome masks. As we keep it moving here on 5-5, 9th again, hit click subscribe, turn on notifications. The next goal now is to get up to 10,000 subscribers. Keep getting the word out here in the poker world about our fantastic show that we have here at TCH. We got super producer Carolyn running things here tonight. If you would like to use the super chat and super sticker function to tip us here in the broadcast booth, this is your opportunity to do so. Send a highlighted message. It gives you the option to do it with a super sticker. The super sticker is kind of weird because, like, you have all these kind of emojis, of which I don't know, like, how these are relevant to other YouTube sections, but you could, you know, tip $50 with a big puppy, with the and all these other goofy little emojis here in the super sticker function. Jonathan Lake saying, as a percentage, how much do you think wearing masks take away from the overall live play experience? I think maybe you can argue that you see less of people's facial expressions. So if you develop, say, like a twitch, if you get kind of nervous, which could mean any different number of things. Maybe it takes away a little bit of that element that you can hide a little bit more if you're really apprehensive or nervous playing live. And sometimes it might muffle the sound of your voice a little bit too. I don't think it takes away from it too much, but I'll just advocate getting a really comfortable one. So Antonio had flopped a straight draw, turned a pair of eights. Jones says, do you keep the money if we tip? I believe so. We've not, we've been gathering the tips up here into the account through the super sticker, super chat function. I'm not sure. I mean, like, I think it's just waiting for us to withdraw. We've had Nick from Yuma contributing. We've had a lot of people contribute over the past few months, so if you would like to do so, we'll give you a special shout out. If there's something you want to spread awareness on, or a joke or anecdote or an inside joke or something. Again, this is a free program. No cost to you. Our archive is totally available at 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. No restrictions. No login required. All you have to do is click subscribe. All right, we got a raise up here by John out of the small blind. It's a couple of limpers. Doc has been on a roll, and you guys are talking about getting surgical mask tattoos. Thanks, John. Any of you guys gonna get teardrop tattoos? I don't know what that means, but apparently it's something good. All right, Queen 3 here on the flop here between heads up between Taco and John. Dude, I would love to get fish tacos tomorrow. So. Checked over to John in position was going to pick up the pot, so. Thank you, Funny Times.
No, I was off sick. I was off, yeah. suited, I can't raise there. Come on.
You know, like, I'm a competitive person. I always want to try to do this as soundly as I can and be as entertaining as possible, on point as possible. Try to bring you analysis that is logical, straightforward. So, though I think we may be computing for live viewers, really the whole purpose of this is to promote the poker world. And Live at the Bike has been a part of the poker world for so very long that, I think to be considered within that same realm is, hey, that's quite an honor, because there's been plenty of people who have tried to stream that have figured out just how tough it is, and we are very fortunate that people have wanted to travel here, and the local players have embraced it and made for great games. So it's as much as I would like to take credit, it's a culmination of the perfect storm of factors that have made this work. That TCH has been invested in it to making it great, and I'm excited for every single one of these. It is something to dream of doing. To do it well in the eyes of most people, that you can go home feeling satisfied and prideful. So, all right, Queen 6. Jack here on the turn. Jack's up is the taco. Now Shane going to try to take the lead here. Bet at 35, call at 35. Shane probably going to be done with this unless he really wants to try to barrel the river, as backdoor flush has come out. He does have the ace of diamonds in his hand, so now Taka's going to try to piece this together. That went check here on the flop. Diamonds have come. Could his jack be outkicked? Could Shane maybe be trying to value bet a hand like 10s, 9s, 8s? Figuring that he's up against a weaker hand. This is an unusual spot, but I like this bet here by Shane. And he's going to make the call, though. Nice attempt. Better call, though, by Taco. And it's taco time yet again here on TCH. You guys saw something. 20 times when Bart shows up, you fly him in, or does he fly himself? Well, Bart lives here in Austin now, so he could just get in an automobile and drive himself on down here with a big old smile on his face. Say, hey, I got a
definitely counts as a 100%. 100% counts as a slow roll.
right next to me.
Yeah, it tanked for so long, man. It was like a good 20 seconds. I mean, it should have been literally 2. It should have went 125.
Again, Mondays are 5-5 night. Thursdays are 1-3 match the stack night. We are getting a lot of people on the list for these games, so if you want to get on the list starts as soon as the game gets finished. Here we got like 13 players on the list here for 1-3 Thursday. So you can give us a call here at the front desk, 512-956-7195. Check our website out, texascardhouse.com. If you are trying to come in here from out of town, give us, some notice so we can try to accommodate you the best we can. As Antonio had raised out of the hijack here with the 10-9 of clubs. Look at the action track card. Okay, John had raised up here 25. We go heads up here between Shane and John. Top pair. Now Queen's up. 95 here in the middle. We'll go check on the turn as that's 60 here on the end. And only hands John can beat are 10-9, 10-jack. Can't beat 5-6. Maybe beat 9-6. Maybe can beat King X, but
Wow.
yeah, a call of 60 is nice value bet there by Shane.
Way stronger than I thought.
This is 5-5 uncapped. Adam asking with how many chips are on the table, why don't they increase the stakes? Sometimes we have done that in the past, where it's become a mandatory straddle 5-5-10 game. It's just sometimes about the player lineup, and you'll get more that will want to sign up for a 5-5 as compared to a 5-10, based on what I understand. I mean, I agree with the sentiment. Like if we have all these deep stack games, it wouldn't be the worst idea, but I think that is something it has to be decided by the players. Again, my name is Mike Youngblood. Thank you for joining us here on TCH Live. Make sure to hit that like button, tap it, press it, touch it. I mean, I'm trying to think of how many other descriptors I can use for smashing that like button. Take your frustrations out on the like button. That's a good debate here for the chat. If the gameplay is bigger anyway, are the blinds really all that relevant? All right, 4-4 deuce, an overpair here for John.
What are you over there defending, Your Honor?
That 35 is. Keep it right in line with his raise. Fair amount of money on the table. Antonio has added back onto his stack, so he's sitting with about 1,300. Got Ken, who's much the tighter players on the table, but has always bought in pretty deep. And he's got everybody covered. Taylor is up a bit. Doc had started with about 500, and he's at about the 1,700 mark. It's broadcasting at about the 15-minute delay. Beautiful Austin, Texas. It is muggy as hell out. You can't breathe when you step outside. There's the Sahara dust. It is just, it's, you know, the next thing you know, the aliens are just going to be here, or they're just going to be hanging out, and soon they're going to take our jobs. Like, that's the only thing left is we've got to get the aliens here by some point in 2020. That's the only thing we're really missing. We've got almost all of our boxes covered for the strangest year in human history. At least out of modern history. So, all right, we had a 3-bet by Taco with the 10-jack suited. John calling him here in position, King 10. Flips in 110 bet. Good debate going here. Adam saying, okay, so Terrell. I'm sorry, buddy. Being deep is so hyped, though. Cutting effective stacks could decrease action. Adam saying being deep kills the action. If everyone plays 100 big blinds, we'd see money getting in so much more often. Yeah, those things I think are conversely true. But you know, being deeper allows players to go for bigger draws and do so profitably. Whereas you know, if you're less deep stacked and you've got some of these baby suited connectors, and I mean, you just have less incentive to call. So all we have is, all right, we got ace king versus tens, all in pre-flop, and like I find the compelling stuff when you get like an 8-7 offsuit versus a king jack suited, and guys are raise, re-raise, and I think that feels like a little bit more of a poker game, but. No, me with top pair here with ace king. Was the razor here on this. And we'll bet 65 as Doc trying to fold his hand. We actually didn't get it scanned, so we do know he had a queen. Bet a 65, and I think that is going to whittle everybody out.
All right, guys, you got a new dealer coming in?
Five. Well, we got KJ coming on into the box. Say hello. We had Q in there before. You may have seen Q on last week's 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game session. One letter Q. So get a fresh deck on in there. So again, players taking advantage of our 50% off special here at Texas Card House Mondays through Thursdays. This will go on up until this week. So we will be closed for 4th of July, so we can all get hammered and light off fireworks and eat hot. I don't know what do you guys do for 4th of July? One of the great holidays of the year, and I hope we have a safe, awesome 4th of July this year. Relatively socially distanced, with not huge crowds. You know, be responsible, have fun. It looks like we're going to have a single board $25 bomb pot, gang. Always exciting.
We can do what we do. We can do like one flop, 2 turns, 2 rivers. We can do.
And if you guys want to use the tip function, there's on YouTube. I'm going to have to see. If you're on the computer, there's a dollar bill figure here on the bottom of the chat. If you see on your chat box, if you're watching on your phone, there's a dollar bill sign on the bottom right-hand corner. And that is how you can use the super chat or super sticker function. Another one wasn't much for hands amongst the field, and the single board bomb pot. Taco going to try to bluff at it though. Taco bets 250 here on the end. And gonna go here to showdown here with a pair of 9s, and John recovering nicely here after a rough start in his cash game session.
In one hand, gone.
Yeah. Tip function goes between Carolyn and I. So I mean,
If you bet the flop, I have to.
Carolyn has been part. I'm kind of the entertainment. Carolyn's kind of the rock that keeps us all together here. So. Like, we're not sending any bit here to like the Philippines or something, or funneling it through Holland or any of that kind of stuff. It just stays right here with us. No funny business. It's your way of being able to buy me a beer tomorrow, since you couldn't really do it in person, because I don't think there's any bars open.
Deuce 4. That's why I just mucked.
Appreciate it, Joan Fisher,
35.
using that super sticker function.
Person played with a taco.
I was at SA yesterday, and we were playing a double bomb pot. And I have like 2,300 in front of me. Dude next to me covers, and then.
All right, so we've got a suited ace-4 here by Doc. Ken here with king-queen suited. Mr. Gnome here out of the big blind going to call an extra 30 as we go 3 ways to a flop. Thank you, guys. All right. Ooh, what a flop, though. Top 2 here for Gnome. The nut flush here for Ken. Doc also here with top pair. And in 3rd place in check 2, he's going to be the one to bet.
Scott Reed jams. And I'm sitting here with the nuts on the bottom. Like, okay, like, hopefully they're playing the top board. So I called
Gnome is going to be in trouble here as he's going to raise here for information. Makes it up here 275, and I would have to think he's going to freeze, depending on what Ken does here, because if you're the 3rd better
turn is a 4 and a 6 of clubs, so I turn
in this,
and then
does he think Ken is just going to call him with the naked king of diamonds or a naked flush, like just like a naked high card? That if he's going to put in the 3rd bet here, sound the alarms here for Gnome as Ken has pumped this baby up here to 700. Excuse me, 775. This is a tough one here for Gnome. I mean, it's realistically like what can he be beating? And there are some players that could be tricky enough that could put a 3-bet there with, say, a pair and a draw. But at this point, he makes a correct decision. That kind of reminds me a bit of a hand that we had Wes Cutshaw weekend. There was an all-diamond board that it was Albert, and I'm trying to remember who else it was. Albert actually didn't have his cards read, but it went bet. It was a 3-way pot, and if you guys can remember this, you have excellent memory. But it was like a 10-9, 6 or 5 kind of flop, and the legendary Albert, I think, had been the 3rd player in the pot and jammed all in with a set and got everybody else to fold. Yeah, I agree with the sentiment here in the chat. The raise is so strong, says Daniel. Terrell says, I think he makes more money calling 3 ways. Yeah, 3-bet on the flop is almost never a bluff. Like, it takes literally the nuttiest player to... And, I mean, that's fine if you just want to pick up the chips right there. But if you want to talk about max value, that's a weird spot to be in. Well, we went 4 players here to the flop. Taylor has flop top set. Taco has got top pair and a backdoor straight draw. John also... He's going to call here, and Taylor's like, you know what? I think this trip here to Texas was definitely worth it. Ooh, ugly card, though, as gives some equity opportunities here for Taco and John.
Crown bottle's not going down over here, Taco. I don't know what you're doing.
Well, he's taking a shot every time he wins a hand.
Oh, so he'll have 1 shot better than that.
A 5 could make a straight. Now, if you're Taylor, you're just thinking, okay, but realistically, how can one of my opponents have a 5 in their hand? And John's turned the nut flush draw, so he's not going anywhere. And Taylor's certainly not either. And a 4 on the end, so 8's full of 4s. Here for Taylor, about 1,000 in the middle. Got to be licking his chops here as see if somebody tries to make a move at this. And
Sorry, I thought you knew.
Taylor's not going to let this get checked back. He's going for chips. Sizing up here on the river, counting on his blocks, so he's at least going for the overbet. Whew. 1,500. And this is an interesting bet because he's seen Taco call pretty wide. We don't generally see a lot of overbet bluffs. I'm sure Taylor has got some balance in his range, or he's able to balance that and have some bluffs in there in some of these spots too, but he may also be thinking he's up against a 5 and or a 10-9 kind of combo, a hand that can call him. So I totally understand the bet. Just unfortunate that his opponent's with a weaker hand than he was hoping. So well, you guys are liking the action here. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications. We're on the race now to 10K subscribers. That's the next milestone to reach. We need all the poker world to help us keep getting the word out. Streaming live cash game poker here on TCH. La 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 live, boys and girls.
Would you fold an overpair?
You guys remember The Rock back in the day? It's kind of a homage for the people's champion, the corporate champion.
Oh, 6, 7, 8. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that's what I was just saying.
Nobody better on the mic than Dwayne The Rock Johnson back in the day. My God, he was an artist. Well, we got Ken. The raise up to 40 with some queens. And Noah might be steaming a little bit because he's not going to put in a 3-bet here to 120.
120.
And I see a 4th bet coming here, likely from Ken. And
120.
or nope, he's just going to call here. So
I mean, it's tough when you have 8, 9. Heads up.
not going to push Noam out of this, so we'll go heads up.
Yeah, I turned the nut draw.
How are they both drawing that?
See if Noam tries to see a bet here. As
I was drawing good.
Oh, it was a diamond dog?
you could figure that if Ken is just going to call pre-flop. There's a lot of ace-x that is better than his hand that he could try to bet off, or 7's up.
Diamonds one time? Yeah.
Probably don't think he.
That would have been a fun card.
What? With a down bet to 90, Ken is going to give up the queens. That is amongst one of the most shocking laydowns. There's nothing clearly on that board that you feel really spooked by, that you wouldn't at least take one more street to establish what your hand value is.
Sometimes you have a feeling.
That, oh my goodness.
The nut river, and you don't get paid off.
I know what the fuck.
I have a bad feeling the chat is going to let Ken have it here.
Try to get you paid, man. I don't know what that is.
This is going to be an explosion happening here, as nothing gets people more riled up in our chat than laying down a hand that you shouldn't have. You know, sometimes I speculate that it's a card read error, and it's not. So I would lay pretty good odds that he literally did fold queens there on a 9-high board, but yeah, that's not the way I would do it, but so it goes. As the chat is about to unleash hell.
Oh, you posted them too. Yeah, we auto posted live.
Greg Evans, hashtag live reads. And you can follow me on Instagram at HoopsMike, on Twitter at HoopsMike.
He screamed to me because I went like this just to say something to him. He screamed to me.
The other dealer?
No, some old guy over there.
Taylor Carroll in the house. Made his way over here from Arizona State.
I'm not worried about it. Probably.
Yeah, don't be here.
It's been in our chat quite a bit. Been planning on making it here for a while, and lo and behold, we got him here on the stream.
Well, no, you didn't.
This guy, he also did not.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. That's
25 more. None of that.
I will not allow.
here we go. As Talkwood raised up with a 6 suited. Yeah, just gonna make the old standard continuation. But I missed the show 1 option.
There's a drink right there.
You know, we had
6 and you
Kevin Rand, Bones, all those guys that would make that part of the game as something just really entertaining for watch. Vittorio's, some of the folks there that made it a pretty good sport about the show 1 option.
There's no chance I put less hands in here. There's just no chance.
I'd like to see that back in the game. I still want to, you know, if there are any tech experts out or app experts out there, like maybe we can just do like red or black here in the studio in between every hand. Next time we get a color card. I think we're gonna get Steam Dola here on Thursday. That we can start just doing $1 red or blacks. It would be the interactive way for the folks at home to keep things spicy. Speaking of spicy, here comes John here with a 3-bet 145 with these queens suited.
Oh, he's good at action.
Well, no, I'm here with a 5-4 suited, and he's going to put in a 4th bet.
5-3 on?
Yeah, he sounds like
Free flop? Free flop?
Yeah, against Christian Soto.
No, I'm sensing John might be weak here on the 3-bet in position. Might be feeling frustrated, too. Who knows?
He lost the first one, right?
Maybe I accidentally woke him up when I texted him last night, being like, hey, you want to commentate now? It's like, nope, I'm on the list, so. And John is going to call here as 5-4 spades versus John's ace-queen. Yeah, just going to cold call the 4th bet with ace-queen suited. As we go to our flop, almost 1,000 in the middle. Whew. Oh, my goodness. This is a big flop for both. As Noma's got backdoor spades and an open-ender. John has got top pair and a flush draw. John is going to check here. Has made 3 of a kind aces, and that check back may work out for him as with 930 in the middle. I could see Noam maybe betting 400 to 500 here to, if he may perceive John to have made that 3-bet and then called it with, say, like jacks, 10s, queens, kings. I mean, the latter of the two seem pretty unlikely given the line taken, but Noam's going to shove all in, and he's going to get insta-called here by John. Noam drawing to one of the remaining 3s and 2 of the 8s, and they're going to run it once. And ace is full here for John, is now on the upswing here in this 5-5 uncapped cash game session here tonight on TCH Live. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with Noam there. Maybe steaming a little bit. Maybe trying to force some things. But just some bad timing as I think he will attempt to rebuy, get back on the. I mean, this is a pretty good cash game table, so I don't think he has any. It feels like it's an immediate need to call it a night. That's come back, rechip, regather, and get some of that momentum back. But a tough misstep played right into the hands of John. I had an excellent check back there, I guess, in retrospect. But
Until it comes up in like 10 minutes.
what do you guys think there? Was that a really excellent move for John to go ahead to check back there after just flat calling the 4th bet? I think this would be a good breakdown for Bart Hansen.
How are you going to reward me for a really bad 4-bet call? Like that?
You were in position. It was a great call.
Adamson has quality second down punt, not quite a first down punt.
What am I afraid of, though? Like, ace king, okay. Ace king's not going to check.
Yeah, I guess Noam could.
I would flat with aces there, too.
I mean, we can see that there was no point. I mean, there was at no point was John going to fold his hand. So I mean, essentially, I guess was playing it like he had ace king. That maybe trying to get tricky. I don't. Adam saying no, I'm just advertising to get into better games. That could very well be. Yeah, Noam reps nothing after checking flop and jamming turn. I think that's reasonable.
And I checked on twice with top set. It does. Until someone else has a bigger set, then it's less good.
There, who amongst us has not punted in a spot like that before? I think we've all been there and done that. Yeah, I give him credit. There are plenty of players who are afraid to make that kind of move on this kind of stage. We could see that it was a pretty awful mistake on his part, but yeah, I'll give credit to the guy who's willing to step out of the box and make a bizarre move versus playing completely ABC poker.
You're a nit. How are you holding that?
How much of it folds
That's a
around?
4-bet.
100? 100 if it folds around?
Yeah, let's take it down, but
I like it.
You know you can't win. Oh, look, if I bet him.
yeah, a good punt on the stream could sometimes net you 10x return in the future. And that was the point I was trying to make to Bones.
We did it one time. He's like,
You know, he had bluffed off with the 9 trues to coins.
he goes, I have ace king.
And then I just thought, hey, you know, there's going to be a lot of people out there that think you're a nut job and you're just trying to bluff everybody over. I don't know if that did benefit him in the long term, but
Taco, you're the small blind.
I would have to imagine if anybody recognized him from the stream, he was getting a little more action. So a little advertising can sometimes pay off down the road. I think that's a solid point. Eddie, no mass heart, a true legend. Absolutely.
I made it 55 free, 85
He's rebought, so we're going to get him back in the mix here.
He bet like 105, I call. River, he bets like 90, and I call. He ends up with a nut straight.
Well, is there a hand amongst this mix? So we've got 10 jack, we've got turn top pair here by Antonio. Yeah, that's going to chase everybody out. All right, we're at the point of the stream. I want to find out where all y'all are tuning in from. So leave us a message here in the chat box. If you're watching on the archive, leave it here in the comments section. Let us know where you're tuning in from all across this great world of ours. Watching poker tonight on TCH Live. Leave us a line. We'll read it. Give you a shout out from wherever you may be.
I feel bad offering when that happens to me.
Now the caveat is it has to be a real place.
It is weird sometimes.
Can't emphasize this enough. I know that's a lot to ask,
They're
but
like, can I just give you cash? And
all right, the usual suspect watching out in the Woodlands. North of Houston, we got Terrell out in Detroit. Northern Virginia, yo. Steven out on Youngblood's porch. Very comfy. Got a sleeping bag. He's got a tent. Going to try to create his own autonomous zone. We got Michigan, Lee, New Hampshire. Boy, we got a lot of Michigan folks here. Is that because of Taylor? Is Taylor like a Michigan guy or something? Is that what's happening? I think that might be a part of it.
It's gonna be a live straddle for 10.
Story time with Jim says dirt. You're dirt. Okay, cool. St. Augustine, Florida. Adam in Austin. Albert in Dallas. Iceland, Fort Worth. Iceland, of course, home to the legendary hockey team that took on the Mighty Ducks and the Mighty Ducks 2. Say hello to Wolf the Dentist Stanson if he's watching anywhere.
We tried to set the tone. We were going crazy with one pair and Jack.
Sugarland, Texas. Chris O'Brien from Boston.
You have no chance.
Greg out in Pennsylvania. Donkaholics in Michigan.
So I thought about it.
How much?
Plenty of folks hailing to the victors, I guess.
What if I hit it 3?
Well, I suppose there's some Michigan State fans in the mix there, too, for Sparty.
Let me suck out on him for this.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Kevin Baker says in Biloxi, Mississippi, watching Shane knit it up.
I thought about it.
10s and 7s now here for Taco as check here on the turn between the cutoff and the button.
Pair? I knew you were trying to fucking do something.
Oh, Mr. Announcer Man. Hey, man, my name is Dude Talking.
Why you put a paint on the river?
Mr. Announcer Man, how long is the stream? It's my first time here. We're going to be here up until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we run these here on Mondays, Thursdays, 6 p.m. Central to 10 p.m. Central. Paul Matthews, Knoxville, Tennessee, home to the Wigosphere and the World's Fair. If any of you guys are Simpsons fans, if you get that reference, you're an absolutely awesome person. Scott Behringer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Skol. Don't say that too loud. You might get some Packer fan all riled up, and after he's done kissing his sister, he'll attack you. Tempe, Arizona. Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're being overtaken by Michigan this week.
Call.
I guess I'm priced in, right?
There's no Ohio State fans in here to start some stuff.
Net.
All right, so 7-5, 10-10, ace, king, queen, 10 off. Here we go. Shane had been the pre-flop raiser as decent flop there for Antonio. He's going to flop the open-ender with the backdoor hearts. John's got the overpair of tens and checked all the way through, and the nuts.
80. Call. It's up.
And an ace on the river, so that may slow down John as Antonio was trying to induce the bet as straight to a 7, and will get no value here on the river. William out in Newburyport, Washington. John in Orlando, Florida. San Jose, California. I'm here because the YouTube algorithm, I guess. Good find. We're glad YouTube was able to find you out there. Eastwood Chopper, I think, had said Detroit Rock City. Appreciate all y'all tuning in. Again, leave us a line. If you want to tip us here in the studio, we've got the super sticker and the super chat function. If you're watching on your phone, there's a little dollar bill sign on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That is your pathway to be able to do so. El Taco raising. Mike 3-betting here to 100 with Jack 8 suited. Has got position on him, trying to figure out. And it's just going to happen to flop the top pair here in the spot, too. So
100% behind. I'll show you.
and just going to go ahead and take it down.
How do you know what the other card was?
So again, my name is Mike Youngblood, aka Dude Talking, aka Mr. Announcer Man, aka I don't know. Anybody else have any other nicknames for me? Super producer Carolyn also in the house. We're here up until 10 o'clock here tonight. Those. And we got Mike back here racing with ace-10 suited. All right, 3 players here to the flop. Is nobody gets any of it. SDR and roll. I gave you a shout out there. Thank you there. You're the high tipper thus far. That immediately makes you the best person, I think. I think that's how we judge things. All the way here to the river, ace is up for both Taco and Mike. Mike has got the better ace.
Straight value on the river.
And pretty nice ticket to Value Town, only cost $25. All right, Cameron Gehring, how much was the biggest pot in screen history? I think the biggest one, it was either the one that was between Westlake Matt and Bart when I went set over set. There was the Boots and Chin Soto hand where they got like, I think 15K in pre-flop. Somewhere between like Ace King and 5-3 off. Boots is a legend. Who will forever be a legend. Was a legend before, bigger legend after the fact. They wound up running it twice and they split the pot, but that was probably the most money I think that has ever gone in the middle pre-flop on TCH Live. If anybody has better recall, that one is definitely up there. The Bart versus Westlake Matt hand, and that was so close for Westlake Matt. It's just. Somebody asked a quick question here. What kind of cards does TCH use? Yeah, we use the plastic cards. We use the RFID cards for the stream. They're a little bit bigger than our standard cards that we use across the board that have the Texas Card House logo on it. So the use again with the RFID chip reads those blue dot scanners that you see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. If it was anyone
So we've got the $5 chip for the reds, $25 greens, the $100 blacks. Occasionally you will see the $500 pinks and the 1K black. Had a few players use that on the PLO stream. All right, so we have got 4 players between ace-5 suited, 5-4, ace-jack, and queen-10. Boom, off to the flop we go. Pair and flush draw here for Doc. Top pair here for Shane. Wheel draw for Antonio. Ken with ace-high. Three of a kind 4s here for Doc. Shane now with 10s up. And once you see a bet like this, is probably going to chase Shane right out of here because see a tight player size up here. I think you're either assuming you're up against a player with deuces full or a better 10, but gonna pick it up right there. Doc again had started with a short stack with about $500. Short stack relative, of course, here to the rest of the table.
Yeah, they're doing like 80 something.
Again, hit that like button.
There's no chance they do it.
Could show your support for TCH Live, the super sticker or super chat function. Send a tip here to the booth. It's going to be my 35th birthday tomorrow. If you're not able to buy me a beer, this is your way to be able to do so. Or a hot dog, or a burger.
And then what happens?
I got to eat something special tomorrow. Pick up something curbside and eat it in my car like an animal. I don't know if you guys, like, if you ever get drive-through, like, I do not want to be seen around any human beings when I eat. Because I just do not want to see how savage I am. It's just kind of the worst feeling to have somebody stare at you. And trying to mash down your hamburger so you get home in time as fast as you can. Yeah, I'm a very private eater. Like, I eat fast, so I don't want to be so off-putting that
9 seconds.
people look at you like, what are you, a feral hog or something?
I just need you to put your chips out a little bit farther when you forward, please. I mean.
All right.
Our parents are short.
That's what he's asking. I can't even pronounce her name.
Nah, I can do that.
Where is this casino? It is in North Austin, Texas, and this is a social card club called Texas Card House. Check out our website, texascardhouse.com. Players pay an hourly fee instead of a rake and a drop.
Raise 20.
So that's how casinos and all that, they kind of screw you over. That's right, SDN. Fries get soggy. You got to eat them up. It's like a race against the clock if you get Wendy's. You got like a 5 to 10 minute window where that food is good, and any time after that, you are really pushing it to the limit. Yeah, I am shoving that stuff down my face as fast as I can because I just used to having to have worked like 2 to 3 different jobs, so it's always, I used to feel like this go mentality of you got to get to the next thing, you got to get a move on, and this game has decided the same as we've got not just a 10, not just a 20, not just a 40, but an $80 quadruple straddle. Let's go. Yeah, happy Pride Month as well to our LGBTQ community.
Raise 250.
And Noam's going to go for it as he will take a stab at it to 250 here with a raise with ace 10 offsuit. Now Antonio, he's got 3 players to act behind him, so he had a playable king-queen, and some recovery there for Noam. It's going to pick up some free money in the middle. Always kind of a terrible feeling as when you put that double or triple straddle there and you've got no hands to work with. Got the usual suspects at Happy Birthday Mike, have a shiner buck on me, cheers. Hell yes, thank you very much. Joan Fisher, I've lost part of the chat here as, let's see, everybody who has
Get snapped by 6s and lose, whatever.
donated here. It's like five people or so that have. See if I can expand this chat here a bit. SDNR enroll. Trying to go back so I make sure I got everybody accounted for, but we appreciate y'all. Again, use that $, show your support for TCH Live, use that super sticker, super chat function. All right, top pair here for Doc. Second pair here for Taco, backdoor spades. And I'm going to go ahead, make a bet and a fold. Aaron Soto says interesting, no plexiglass. Yeah, we've not gone that route in Texas. I know California and Nevada has kind of gone that route as far as
I think it's raised and then fold around like twice.
installing that. And I think casinos,
Every other time.
for sure, have more vested interest in providing that. And I think that the resources to be able to accommodate that kind of stuff. We have not done that here in Texas. I think we had seen maybe some rooms in Houston start when they first started reopening, because Houston was like the first kind of like test case as far as poker players coming back. They were doing like 600 or so, and but yeah, we've not gone the plexiglass route. We do have face masks required as by city ordinance.
Fold. 4 diamonds in the muck.
We got a call here by Mike, and now we've got John set to 3-bet here for 155. And is he going to get any action here? Yeah, well, Mike with a suited King Jack.
Just on that side of the table. This side is fine. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm like, yeah.
Going to continue as decent flop here for John's hand. The overpair, but very draw heavy. Going to see bet here to 125. Going to go ahead and take it down. Aaron saying the bike has gotten ridiculous on regulations.
No chance.
And I think that is a Los Angeles, California thing, and I'm not going to knock them for it. You know, as we've seen, you got to stay with a whole lot of people on it. That every precaution you can take to protect people is not the worst thing. I know it probably feels like overkill for a lot of people, but
It's good for me.
yeah, there's not a lot of people. I don't think there's many people that can have a frame of reference for having to experience this. So it's all new across the board for everybody to have to make some changes that aren't the most pleasant. Been cooped up at home, so I've tried to post about this that there's a good correlation between people posting the craziest shit you've ever seen online and the time that they're isolated away from other people. There's a healthy correlation between those two factors, so try to be as kind as you can to each other. And maybe John choosing the kind route as he's just going to call out of the small blind with ace-king after Antonio 3-betting on the button with nines. Taco would open the raising here at 35. Yeah, gonna get some action here as Gnome gonna go set hunting here with his trays. Taco in the mix here with King Queen, and off we go as set of nines here for Antonio. Gutter ball straight draw here for Taco. I wonder if this is one that Antonio's gonna check back here with middle set. Bet at 275. So it's not a great draw here for Taco, but and Antonio has got less than 1,000 back, so there's not really a whole lot of implied odds to. You know, maybe if he felt like his king or queen was live in the spot, it would be worth it. And there's the show one. So we can't drink anything at casino now. Yeah, there's probably some reason that it lines up for food and drink. I think the original line of thought was, since we thought this might be a contagious thing by a surface related,
I don't know. I should be. That was absolutely like
that we wanted to limit exposure of surface stuff and I think also part because it's very hard to drink and eat without the mask on, so you could easily put yourself in position to take the mask off as you try to, it's like, all right, taco, nom, 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 and then all of a sudden you forget to take your mask back on. But now we got Taylor 3-betting out of the small blind with 135. I must just figure that nobody's got a real strong hand amongst this bunch, and he's going to show it too. Steroid bra said this place probably going to have to close down again. Well, I actually like our chances to be staying open here for the fact that, I mean, we've seen the outbreaks that seem to be happening mostly because of the bars and people. Yeah, that did seem like the dumbest thing in the world to me, is to go back to bars as soon as that reopened. And I think bars probably should have been the last thing to open because, you know, Vicky and mimosas on Sundays. You know, like, you're not just going to, like, hey, I'm going to take a drink, put my mask back on. It's like, we're going to put on our makeup and go gossip and go get mimosas. And then you got club bros that are going to be screaming at the top of their lungs. And, you know, alcohol and good decisions don't tend to go work hand in hand.
The chat for sure is.
Oh, 100%. Why does this guy keep living? Why does this guy keep living?
So, I'm sorry for that really terrible impressions. I've been on Instagram for too long, and there's just that usual constant theme on Sunday of everybody clanking their mimosa glasses together. And I'm like, I'm just done. I'm just over it. It's the most annoying thing on Instagram by far.
Well, yeah, that's because when someone raises, you're supposed to just take a bunch of chips and just throw them in.
Well, Gnome has flop bottom set. Taylor has the flop middle pair and straight draw. Neither player with a spade. I just had to rant about people in bars. I just had to get that out of my system. Want to be in a good mood tomorrow. Practice good Instagram posting habits. Be mindful of your audience, man. Or ma'am. I don't care about your mimosas. I really don't. I care about your dog, your family, cool events, outdoors. Yeah, that stuff is great. There's a really good, we're going to go, big turn card here for Taylor. Big card for Gnome, obviously, but fives full for Gnome. Taylor has got three of a kind sixes. He can fill up here with a 9 or a 7. As Gnome had check raised the flop, Taylor calls, and this could be a very difficult decision here for the man in the crushed live poker mask.
All I heard was crunching.
Oh. The mint. Mints are allowed.
Okay.
So he leads out 425, and does Taylor think he's already up against like a mate flush or a 7-6? Let's see, fives full is right there in the mix. And you certainly understand this line by Gnome because this hand is still fairly susceptible that it can get outdrawn.
Everybody else is 0.
Taylor's just going to call here as we go heads up here to the river. 1,500 in the middle. Taylor's going to need to get lucky. Gets a good look at Gnome. There's a queen on the end, so this may help Gnome get paid. So we bet 425. He's got about 2,300 back. I would probably venture to guess if he's going to value bet, do it somewhere in the nature of 600, 700 or so. This looks like he's reaching for way more than that, though. And a huge bet and an insta call. Taylor's going to show his 6, and Gnome will recover. But what a hand there by Gnome, who gets paid on the river. And you have to wonder if that 5-4 hand that he played against John maybe helped his image there, that Taylor has to take into consideration here. He probably doesn't know Gnome very well. He's maybe seen him on the stream some. So I know Taylor does watch this quite a bit. But he has to take into effect that he might be bluffing in the spot with a kind of combo draw. But a big bet there by Gnome. And one of our biggest pots here of the night as he creeps back to even.
He said he had it on 2K.
Adding on 2,000. C5 is adding on 2,000.
Or somewhere to it. Say hello to Vittorio here in the chat. Well, here I was suggesting the half pot value bet, and Gnome said, we're going for the kill here.
Yes, sir.
Sizes up pretty huge and gets paid. Be careful about the caps lock, guys. I don't care about it. Apparently Nightbot is not a fan of it.
It's a live 10. Fold.
I don't know if there's a way we could tweak Nightbot to not get so pissy about people with the caps lock. It's Taylor Carroll chatting me football, so I'm gonna guess that's a symbol for punt.
Get him, Ken. Punish him.
Heads up.
Big hand there for Gnome.
Even if it folds to you, it's like, okay, I'm calling off. And I'm okay with calling off. He was the original raiser.
Well, flush draw flopped here for Taco as
75.
he had raised up to 50 pre-flop, got called. Double gutter here for Ken. Can make a straight with an 8 or a 9 as we go here to the turn. As well, that's the card. 9 to king straight here for Ken. And probably guessing he's going to come out betting. And that is an awfully big bet, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages. I don't know if Ken is trying to set a subliminal message here with the 420 bet.
Show him little red card. Rub it in his face.
I don't know. You might be surprised who is a smoker. Maybe Ken's trying to make an inside joke here to our audience. Either way, it is too big of a bet to call as he protects his hand. You guys are the best in the chat. Sure to hit that like button, click subscribe. We are now on a mission to get to 10K subscribers. We got a long ways to get there.
Snap call. Snap call. Not against him.
And we need folks like you spreading the good word on Instagram, on your Twitter, on your Facebook thing. Once you're done arguing with your uncle, put it down. Promote TCH Live. We've got Taylor Carroll, who's made many appearances live with the bike. Here on the program tonight. Been up and down session for a lot of these folks. As you see our winners and cumulative losers thus far. Antonio down a little bit. See if I pull that back, those numbers back up here again. As we're going to change up dealers, say goodbye to KJ, bring in Dustin. And because of the dealer change, we are going to get a $25 single board bomb pot, giving the people what they want. So Gnome is about even, Ken is up about 200 bucks, Doc's up about 1,000, John's up about 1,004. Taylor down just about 200. Taco down about 660, Mike down about 500. So plenty of time left here in this session, and I'm sure some of these guys are going to be playing once the cameras come off.
It's 8.
4 hours after whenever y'all started. I assume that was like 5:45ish. Yeah, it was almost 6.
All right, let's see if we got a hand amongst this bunch here. As nobody has flopped an ace. I don't. So I've got second pair here for Taco. Taylor has got a straight draw, and that's.
I got stuff like for like 10 miles where it's 3 cars. I can't have anyone else.
I think the only semi-legitimate draw. Noam has got bottom pair. Well, Taylor bet 60. Taco gonna call. Good card there for Taylor, is gonna have the open under here to a king or an 8. Taco still here with second pair. Bet at 250 now here for Taylor as he applies the pressure. Taco going to call him here as we go heads up to the river here in this $25 single board bomb pot. And a 9 on the end. He checks, and Taylor going to put down his guns. Let this one go as... Well, I don't understand this question, but over or under for Mike versus Wilt Chamberlain. Which Mike, what competition? Is Wilt even still alive? Is that?
No, it doesn't move.
Oh, yeah, he died back in 1999. I was like, man, Wilt Chamberlain's got to be really old if he's still alive now. Bill Russell's still kicking it. And that's another thing Bill Russell kicked Wilt Chamberlain's ass and living longer. Bill Russell, about 86 years old. That's tough. I think that's tough if you grow up to be about 7 feet. It's tough to live a long age. There's a lot of demands on the body. Not a slight on Wilt Chamberlain. He's got a lot of records of his own. Just pandering to our Boston audience. 11-time champion, Bill Russell. Wilt was actually a great volleyball player too, which I can't imagine if you're 7 foot and in the 60s was hard not to be. All right, John and Antonio both with top pair. Taco with second pair and a straight draw. Wow, this is going to get all the way through. No betting. There's a straight up for Antonio. 2 pair for both Taco and John. Call a 75. Bet a 75. It's a pretty ugly board to be involved in. Those. Any ace-X combo is just crushing your 2 pair of queens and jacks, so it's... And a straight there on the board, so... Oh, they're just going to check it back. Let somebody go for the kill there. Put out a big overbet, but either player wanted to risk that there was a flush getting there, and they're just going to go ahead and chop it up. Either play with a diamond in their hand that they could represent with, but... You can check out our website, texascardhouse.com, or information on their Dallas location coming soon. Got the video showing the time lapse of the building. We are aiming for late July, early August. Still some work to be done, staff being assembled. I think we got a lot of applications for people wanting to work there. I think we are still maybe taking applications for dealers and staff here at TCH North Austin, so I'm not 100% sure on that. I just know, hey, we have a fantastic team here. I'd like to always looking to add more members to our team here that
Yeah. Good bad season.
Mel Antonio had raised up one off the under the gun with ace-8 suited. Here comes Taco here with a 3-bet to 155. Antonio going to speculate here as Ken here with a 7-4 of diamonds. Going to give it up as I guess not deep stacked enough to play that. All right, all kidding aside, as both players miss. Taco here with the ace-king in late position. Probably going to pick this one up. The bet of 105 here by Antonio, actually, or we got this backwards. 105 here by Taco. Taco is going to take it down. All right, well, happy birthday to my dad, actually. This is actually his birthday today. Mine is tomorrow. So if you want to buy me a beer, you can do so. Show your support for TCH Live with the super sticker or super chat function. Thank you to all those SDNR enroll. We had the usual suspect, Joan Fisher. I'm sorry if I forgot. I can't scroll all the way back up the chat to see everything here. There was somebody else that I appreciate y'all. That is. Otherwise, if you can't donate, just go ahead and hit that like button for your Uncle Mikey. Yeah, I was actually originally was due to be born on June 29th, and I decided to be one day late. So I kept that trend going for the rest of my life. Just not quite on time, just only a little bit late. It's very badly frustrating to employers. They did not like that one bit. All right,
That sounds quality.
we had somebody with kings here, I believe. We had reshuffle the action tracker here. There we go. We had Antonio with kings, John. I think Antonio was trying to trap and may have trapped himself here as not going to get any action here with his kings regardless.
6-7 of clubs. Oh.
Eduardo, where is that West guy that has a vlog? Well, his home base is TCH Houston. This is TCH Austin. Wes had a meetup game / hosted a TCH live game. We have 4 Texas Card House locations pending Dallas, so oh, hello to Ernesto, aka The Way, saying hello in the chat.
Just because my birthday's on the 9th, that makes it 9.
You're really opening up your game over there. I like it.
And we got a raise here as it's folded Taco here with King Jack suited. And now Taylor out of position, opting for the 3-bet with his hand. King Queen off, and gotta get a call. Antonio gonna hop along here for the action as well as nobody with an ace in their hand. It's always kind of the worst feeling to 3-bet with King Queen. It's an ace flop, so. The opportunity is there for Taco to pick up the pot if he wants to. And he's going to go for it here as bet at 275. Luis, so how's it going, everybody? San Antonio, Texas in the house. What's going on down in San Antonio? Now Taylor Carroll's going to call here in this spot. He's got the king of spades. Maybe feels like he can outplay Taco here on a later street. And now he's got the opportunity to be able to do so. So checks it over to him. Now the check back, and that should probably indicate that he can take this. Would technically be bluffing with the best hand, but he's going to go for it here. He's going to get Taco to fold, probably regardless of what the amount is going to be, but going to go for the size up here with a bet of 700. Now that's one I would really like to pick his brain on, because that's not a conventional line that we see typically within these cash games. I mean, we do see sometimes some players float out of position, and he's going to show up the best hand technically.
You knew where you were at, though.
He may have thought that he was doing a bluff, and could have really thought that Taco was maybe betting a 9 or. Yeah, that's a lot of experience showing right there. But yeah, we've seen players float out of position and look really silly doing it. And I think there's kind of an art form to it. But what have been our hands of the night here thus far, guys? We had Gnome against Taylor, the 5s versus 9-6. We had Gnome's 5-4 against John's Ace-Queen. To turn it to you guys, what have been some of the highlights for you? All right, dueling Ace-Kings here between Gnome and Doc.
So I'm getting whatever cards you were getting early on. I saw Deuce 5, I'm in.
And an 8-high flop, so this Gnome is just going to check it back. I think he probably knows Doc has a propensity to float some of these with ace-highs, so. Nope, not getting too frisky yet here as we go to the river. Will anybody bet here? Maybe Doc. And I'm going to go ahead and take it down and take it away from Gnome. Yeah, the queen-queen fold on the flop was very bizarre. You just don't see that very often on this game. I mean, you can see players get bluffed off on the turn or river, but usually the pot size the way it was, Ken getting bluffed from Gnomes. Ace-10 suited, flop came 9-high, 10 had queens, just called the 3-bet, and then check folded. So unless there was some kind of mistake there, think he misread his hands. I think his cards were correct. So that was, yeah, that was certainly unusual. Don't forget to join us on Thursday when we've got our 1-3 Match the Big Stack game happening on TCH Live. Leading into 4th of July weekend. Here will be closed for 4th of July. And we haven't heard from Shane in a while, and he's woken up with aces after Taylor 3-bet up here to 120. Not a ton back here, but just 155 more to call. Shane has been on the tighter side. But certainly worth it here to take a flop. All right, here we go. Queen 7 deuce. I would have to think, unless Shane goes with a really ridiculous size bet here, that he's at least going to call 1 bet. And Shane's going to invite him to try to check raise bluff this because bet of 150. That's quite a down bet from 275. Is not ready to pull the trigger just yet. We'll go here to the turn. Taylor going to check it over here to Shane. About 880 in the middle. And now the bet of 350. Excuse me, 450 there. 4 blacks, 2 greens.
Time still half off? Nice. Free roll.
Taylor trying to piece this together. Is there a possibility? I mean, we had seen Shane 3-bet on the button with the ace-9 offsuit in one of the first hands of this, but he's been somewhere in that in-between of kind of card dead and kind of tight. I think those are conversely kind of true. So, I mean, this is a pretty healthy size. Taylor's going to have to trust his instincts on this because has only got 1 out as one of the 9s have been folded. And it's going to lay it down. Shane, no, it's not going to show either one of them, but he'll find out either way. We keep moving on your new favorite poker channel, TCH Live. My name is Mike Youngblood. Here with you on the call. We're here up until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Here tonight is pretty good 5-5 game going, if you ask me. These have all been progressively, I think, getting better. Each and week. Players coming from out of town have spiced this game up quite a bit. Taking in the action here at Texas Card House. But John, well, Antonio had made a raise, and then John liked him 3-bet. Antonio calling here is going to flop a king high flush draw. John, queen high, pretty much nada. Now John got to see a bet. Here with a bet of 95. It's a call here by Antonio. Yeah, I got to pair up his jack, so probably not getting Antonio out of this hand anytime soon. As we'll go ahead, just barrel the turn, and John will give it up. Hey, my name is Mike Kimblett. Thank you so much for joining. You can follow us on Instagram, tch.atx. Follow our Houston location, tch.htx. And our tch.rgv for our Rio Grande Valley location in Edinburgh is almost, well, what was it been, like a month and a half that we've been back in action for the live streams. But towards the middle to end of May, we started streaming these shows again. Masks are required here in Austin. I think some other cities have implemented that policy as well, as the outbreak has kind of spread to some of the younger folks. I'm not an expert on this. I think one of the people that are doing a really terrific job on compiling the news, a podcast called COVID Daily News. I would check that out if you're looking for a relatively balanced perspective as far as a compilation of everything that's happening in the news, and you can stay informed. That's what I've been doing. Taco, though, here flopping bottom set of fours. Yeah, gonna go ahead bet 75, and that Antonio here with a 7 high flush draw. At least gonna call the river. Here we go, 8 on the end as Antonio misses. Doesn't matter what Taco does. Maybe he can check and reduce the bet by Antonio, but yeah, he's going to bet 210, and unless Antonio decides he wants to be a psycho and raise here, I probably expect he's just going to fold and give it up.
Kill the ace of diamonds.
And you're going to go ahead and take it down. Like I mentioned, going to be closed here for the 4th of July, so we can all spend time celebrating the birth of our nation. Hopefully from a respectable social distance. But yeah, there's good debate going around. Okay, is it the protests? Is it the business openings? Is it people going back to bars? I think there's a culmination of all those things sort of interacting and weaving with each other. I think some of it has to be attributed to the anti-maskers and they're just butthurt. Very, very strange behavior. Like, I don't like to bash anybody. I try to be as compassionate and empathetic as possible, but when I see a post like that on Facebook or Twitter, it's just like, you're infringing on my rights, you're just fear-mongering and all this kind of stuff, and it just makes me sad. Not angry, I'm not mad, I'm just very disappointed that I don't know how to tell you should care about other people that... But I think it's perfectly acceptable to debate what the numbers are, the mortality rates, all that kind of stuff. And I've seen some really good discussions of people interacting about those kind of things.
You're almost there.
Almost there, maybe.
They've not always ended cordially, but you know, it's more people get together and start talking about stuff. I'm all ears. But
Gross if you actually 4-bet and you have like 8.
you know, if you're just firing vitriol because you're mad you have to wear a piece of cloth, then buzz off, man. How's that message for unity, huh? God, anti-maskers piss me off. It's just like, do you want us to just keep going with this? All right, we got King Queen versus King 10. Shane here with the King Queen suited. Taco here, first act, gonna check over here to Shane. All right, that is a big card for both players. Top pair here for Shane, open ender here for Taco, and a flush draw. Go ahead and lead at it. Bet and a call. Here we go. Heads up here to the river pot of 165. And a miss there for Taco. So Shane here with the best hand with the queen with the king kicker. Going to try to bluff at it, but going to get called at the very least, as will show he has been caught. Sorry. SD and R and roll. Man who, or a person who at least donated that super chat or super sticker function. Yeah, that's right. So admittedly, I'm in the slightly butthurt. Hey, I understand people are frustrated. I'm not taking away your right to not feel things. I think that's a totally normal reaction to the times that we live in currently. That, you know, hey, you're going to experience some discomfort and distaste for the current scenarios, but you know, hey, keep some of that stuff to yourself.
We'll stop because I'm not progressively getting.
Man the F up, and we will get through this together. That's my inspired message today.
Coming in.
Card dead.
Just, there are just some things you see that it's just like, come on.
Playing every hand now, I like it. Listen, I would love to.
It's a gambling Johnny Chop Chop. I think that's a winner for most interesting name in our chat. Says hello, men and ladies. So Antonio going to 3-bet here to 135. I don't know if he's going to get anybody to tango with him here post flop though. And going to go ahead and take it down. Like, yeah, we don't talk political. I would say, like, my allegiance is more towards the middle.
How do you get that? That's the dream.
Does piss some people off, but, you know, hey, my goal is to always try to understand each of the viewpoints and just try to pick up what's most rational and sane. And there's some times I've just had to back away from the party and say, you guys figure this out, because I don't know what the hell you're doing.
I know, you get all of the stack of it. Until a deuce steals in the turn, then.
What about proper mask usage and gloves at the table? I don't think we're necessarily at a point where we need the gloves. Since, you know, say what you want about the CDC or the WHO. Like, they, for the most part, have said that this is not really a contact type of contagion. I guess unless you just sneeze like all over the chips for like a half hour, then that would probably be a problem. But I don't think there's anything wrong if if you're concerned or maybe you have some immune issues. Or just want to take that extra level of precaution. Like, hey, I think that's fine. That's... I don't think we should shame anybody for that. Well, we had a raise up here by Taco, and now we're going to get 3-bet here to 205. Taco's here to gamble. It's Taco time, folks. Here we go. 6-9 suited versus queens, a.k.a. a pair of ladies.
He thinks I'm bad. Makes sense.
And that is about as huge of a flop for Taco as it gets with his hand. Open-ended and a flush draw. A slight favorite against the pair of queens here for John. Action, 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 action. Let's go. Bet of 190 here by John. Taco's got about 2,100 back, slightly shorter stack than John. Has got him covered by about $1,000. Going to decide how big he wants to make this flop, or this pot, excuse me. What would you guys do here in this spot, chat? You guys are the chat pros. Taco electing to pump this pot up here. He's got equity. A ton of it here. And this is kind of such a gross spot here for John because, I mean, he could feel like he's up against a set, 2-pair, or the hand that Taco has here, which is straight draw, flush draw, which, I mean, even if Taco were to, say, flip his hand face up, like, it's not going to make him feel any better. So raise up here to 590. John is out of position, so I think this is an all-in or fold situation. And he's going to shove here for this last, for all of his money. Put Taco here to the test. Does he have the stomach to gamble for all of his chips here in front of him? And he's going to make the call. We're going to go heads up all in. Huge pot brewing. And pairs up here, so some more outs even for Taco. And a 3 on the end. And John is going to stack Taco as all the outs miss. Probably a gross feeling for Taco as John will breathe a sigh of relief as... Yeah, that's not easy there. You go an 8-high board and you've got queens. It is a board that he can look at from his perspective and say, okay, it's very draw heavy, so that possibility is certainly there that I'm not up against a super made hand like a set or 2-pair or a bigger overpair, but you know, I wonder if Taco, if he just calls the flop and then flexes his muscles on the turn, if that hand takes a different path, because yeah, then he's got a pair and a straight draw and a flush draw, a really coordinated wet board, and a lot more that he could sit there and say, okay, I got 5-6, Jack 10. I mean, it's easy to play revisionist history, but I'm curious of what would have happened if Hattie maybe just called the 190 bet.
We've had that conversation.
And then maybe try to barrel the turn. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it seems like, you know, you get that board, you're just going to get the money in. Yeah, that I agree with Camera. That hand played itself. It's a flip. And amongst the biggest hands of the night here on TCH Live. Torio saying nice jam by John to prevent him from having to fold the turn.
Oh, really? That'd be good. That'd be great.
All right, new hand here is, looks like Taylor out of the straddle, 9-4. Check and check. Nothing too exciting going on here. This is a good debate. I mean, I can't. You cannot blame Taco for the way that he wanted to play it. It could be very results oriented. You skew the analysis one direction, but yeah, you get that draw. It's certainly understandable to kind of go effing nuts with it. Yeah, especially if you're gonna call. What's been a 3-bet there in that spot too by Queens. Yeah, he had raced the straddle 3x. And then John had put the 3. Yeah, I don't think there was anything wrong whatsoever with either player's play there. John just happened to be the one that his hand was able to hold. Adam saying Taco's only mistake was pre-flop. Sure, I could. I mean, I mean, he did have position on them. They're both really deep stacked here at this point. But
Because the one time you do, you're going to run into aces.
all right, 8-7 here versus Queen Jack for Doc. Goes gutter ball straight draw here for Antonio.
That's fine. Suited, and I can make a straight. I'm calling a little standing.
Doc betting 75, Antonio calling is Doc just pure bluff here. No, Antonio has the best hand. It is
Feels good. Feels good on that.
I'm a bit confused because I don't know what really you're representing or who you're trying to bet out, but it just has an instinct that
Oh, we get it in on a head.
he can get his opponent out of the hand. He's going to go and act on it.
Two more nines.
Cameron, they're pretty deep. The call pre-flop isn't terrible.
Too many.
Yeah,
And if you had 6-9, I'll suit you would have hit.
I guess the thought is like if you're going to call pre-flop, that like the hand is just going to play itself out, and so I'm not sure what would be worse, that you call with that hand pre-flop and don't play that aggressively when you hit a massive draw like that. All right, well, we'll turn it here to the experts again. You guys duke it out in the chat. Was that a good call, pre-flop, bad call, pre-flop? There are a lot of different lines of thought within deep stack poker as far as what's acceptable and what's not. So Shane turned a pair of nines. He's not been able to get a whole lot going here. He's won some hands, but has not been tangled up in too many big pots. So we keep moving on TCH Live. Got about one more hour to go here on the program. Had an Instagram rant earlier where I make fun of people who drink mimosas, aka white chicks. Let's see what else we had going on here. We had Ken fold queens, check fold on a 9-high board. We had Doc go from 500 up to 2,000. Flopped a set of queens. We've had a whole lot of interesting stuff here. We had Gnome with 5-4 against John's ace queen, go berserk. and then get it back from Taylor. There have been a ton of great hands here tonight. Sound off here in the chat. Leave a comment if you're watching on the archive. You're welcome to engage with us, as it helps us reach new audience all around the world, poker enthusiasts. Make sure to smash that like button for your boy Mikey, as Taylor 3-betting to 105 after Antonio opened the raising to 35. Now Antonio putting the 4th bet in here to 250. Raise not so big that he can't call in position, so Taylor's going to do so. Both players miss. Taylor has got the folding body language as Antonio first to take a crack at it, gonna go take the pot. Yeah, we have 50% off our hourly rate Monday through Thursday. Cash games running from 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. here at Texas Card House. We have our free roll tomorrow. Wednesdays. Wednesday, 1K free roll. Friday, we have the PLO 1K guaranteed free roll. I think we had like 3 tables for that last week. And Sundays, we have our $150 Mega Stack freeze out. We will start streaming the final table on those again on the 12th, so the following Sunday, not this Sunday, but the following Sunday. So please don't show up in our mentions asking where the final table stream is. It is the following week, not this week. We had to let that happen during our PLO stream where people are asking us, where's that PLO stream? It's like, dude, I told you it's next week. Oh yeah, it's my birthday, count it down in like 3 hours. Last year at this time, I went to a strip club because I was out of ideas and nothing really to do after midnight. I don't think I will do that this year. It is not a great investment. It's kind of fun for a minute, and then you're just like, okay, all right. I am just being pandered to. Because for years, I was always that guy that was like, this is really into me. I think we connected on a level. And you're like, nope. But I don't want to be that like cynical like jerk. Like I'm gonna have fun with the situation, but I'm also, yeah, just recognize the fun stays in the room and.
If I make a pair, that's it.
All right, what the hell do we have going on here? We got top pair here from Mike with 6. Antonio completely messing with ace-10. $10 on the end, though, here for Antonio. He's going to value bet it and get called. The wiser, older me can see through the games of the women of the night. And God bless them. They're doing a great service. Sometimes you might get your self-esteem up a little bit. You're like, wow, that was kind of fun. That I generally feel better. Some of you might feel actually worse. I will love anybody who is entertaining to me and does not give a rip. And I have met many dancers who kind of fit that to a T. That takes you a little bit out of your zone. So you're at least entertained by the moment, but it's not like. Yeah, I'm calling my mom after the fact. Like, Mom, guess what? I'm an idiot. I have no good judgment whatsoever. I'm easily duped into everything. All right, Taylor had raised up with King Jack off. He's going to get called by Ken, and Doc Holliday, Taco. That's kind of a timid pot. We usually see some of these guys maybe getting a little cray-cray, as they would say. I don't know who says that, but well, a piece of it for some was Taco and Taylor, second pair, Ken with top pair.
And he said bingo like every single ball.
And gonna try to own the libs here with this flop bet.
I could not imagine.
Snazzy Rush Limbaugh hat.
They're all screaming at him.
Oh.
It would have been funny if he actually got me for one time too.
Yeah, 150.
That would have been icing on the cake.
All right, is Taylor gonna call here with second pair, see what the turn brings. Each player turning a straight draw. Check and check, and 3 queens here for Ken. Bet at 125, and I think Taylor's going to be just done with this. I will say the strippers and the dancers, more politically correct term, in Texas, significantly better than the ones in Wisconsin. I lived in rural Wisconsin, and I always had that one friend that's like, hey, come on, man, let's go to the club. And I mean, I'm up for a good time, and if you're bored in a small town, that's sometimes the only outlet for just like, okay, well, I guess we're doing this now. And I'll tell you what, that is the edge of society there. I think I was so drunk one time, I was taking like Snapchat videos inside it, and they were just about ready to beat my brains in for it. The security crew was not happy with me. That was my younger, less mature years. Playing underground, PLO 8 games. Oh boy. Yeah, that's... You're a stripper in Wisconsin. You are dealing with a lot of dysfunction. Moonlighting, as they would say. But I should mention this is a family-friendly show, so... Kids, I was just kidding about all of that. That never happened. All right, heads up between Taylor and Shane for however long I get to do this show. No, I wasn't trying to take photos for the Spank Bank. I was just kind of messing around with my friends. I'm not actually sure what I was doing, to be honest. There's enough whiskey that you cross the threshold of control, but thankfully I had plenty of friends around me to help out.
It was the oversized one. Hey, chip,
I hope my parents aren't listening to this. They already have enough to be embarrassed about.
They feel awkward. They're like metally.
Plenty to be proud of, but a few things to...
I 100% have to. Yo, see? Doesn't matter what happens.
He probably would have raped. They're all great.
Give me those tusks.
TCH After Dark says ST and R and roll. Hey, I'm always going to be real with you guys. For honesty, transparency, for the most part. Raised up here by Shane with ace king. And John with ace king as well. So another one of these kind of hands. All right, so John put into the 3-bet to 145. Shane here going to call. Anthony Estrada says, say my name one time. What are you, Destiny's Child? Say my name, say my name. Yeah. You can tell I've had a lot of caffeine in me today. How about this? John bet 120. Shane's going to flat him in position. All right, the 5 here on the turn. Takes us here to the turn as it pairs with 5. This is an epic chat night. You guys have been just killing it. Bet at 365 here by John, and that will push Shane out. So the battle of dueling ace kings. John wins this round. I mean, John had a really rough start to this session. He was playing a lot of hands out of position, missing, kind of floating. And then he's gotten in a pretty good groove, and he's amongst the biggest winners here in the game. So it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. And we still got about 15 minutes left to go here on the live stream. Make sure to smash that like button. Hey, 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 where have you not smashed that like button yet? It's a simple thing that we ask, but... we also have the super sticker and the super chat function. And it's my birthday. It's my birthday. 35 years old tomorrow. That almost makes me a man. I'm really excited. I'm going to get my official paper in the mail. Now you're a man. Mounty, mounty, man. Is it that DVDA song? What was that? Those guys from the creator of the South Park. They made that movie. But here we go. Jack Knight suited by Doc. Mike with ace king. Moose Duty. Mike, I'm late. What I miss? Oh my God, man. You have missed a lot. You have missed a lot, buddy. All right, I got a tea time tomorrow.
I actually believe that you can card it.
With my boy Will. Will has been a color commentator on our program before. Another guy that we call the Candy Man. So I'm geared up. I've not touched my golf clubs since last Easter. I used to play golf like every day. It's like the only damn thing we can do outside. So I'm looking forward to that. So that's how at least I'm going to celebrate the first half of the day. The second half, God, I'd like to find some place to swim. Holy crap, it's hot here in Texas. I know that's a news flash to a lot of you, but all right, raise up here by Ken. 3-bet to Antonio. I'm telling you, Moose Duty, you missed a lot, dude. There has been a lot going on. I am hyped for good reason. Yeah, if you want to buy me a beer, show your support for TCH Live I almost said Super Chicker. Yeah, the Super Chicker. the super sticker or the super chat. Send a highlighted message. We'll give you a shout out. All right, Ken. A7 suited. Good flop here for Antonio. Does give Ken a straight draw, backdoor hearts, and a wheel draw. And, well, if he's going to fold the queens on the 9 high flop, he's going to fold this hand.
Deuce, jack of diamonds. Parrot flush draw, I would take that all day.
Eric Conway, yeah, ask him about Wisconsin. Ideal poker commentary. That's a good way to get me going. Bun saying TCH is crazy poker, lots of actions. Yeah, hell yes. All right, so we got to raise up here by Taco up to 20. Antonio going to call in late position with 8-6 suited. Well, queen eye flush draw here for Taco. Antonio has got a gutter ball. Josh McGowan, tell us a joke, Mike. No. Got a double gutter here for Antonio, though. My jokes are more long-witted bits and rants about things. Got no knock-knock jokes for you. Move along, son. All right, Taco going to come out betting. He does technically have the best hand, but Tony can make a straight. He can actually pair up with either 8 or 6 too. But not going to pursue it, and will lay it down. Well, as we mentioned, we're on the march to 10K subscribers.
You don't know what a woman looks like.
You know the poker fan in your life. Tell them about TCH Live. Click subscribe. Turn on notifications. We do streams of cash games on Mondays and Thursdays. Mondays are 5-5 game. Thursdays are 1-3. Match the stack, which I promise you, we get a lot of money on the table. Not your neighborhood 1-3 game. Your typical 1-3 game. A lot of great action. And on July 12th will be the return of our tournament final tables on TCH Live of the $150 Mega Stack freeze out. For all of their information, check out our website. It's TexasCardHouse.com. Why haven't you favored it already? Yeah, I was a little surprised Antonio folded that too. That's. Well, every player misses this.
You got greedy, so I have to.
Taylor's going to pick up the pot here. Small profit there for the hand as we keep it moving. Got about 45 minutes left of the stream. Going to try not to run out of gas. We got started talking about dancers, and I got hyped. We have had sets, flush draws, big hands left and right here on the program tonight. So there's been a lot to be excited about. Thank you all for the happy birthday wishes. I'm old balls now.
Oh, you did order it?
Not totally old balls, but yeah, I'm getting up there. Everything hurts now. Sucks. All right, well, we thank Dustin, and it looks like we are going to have a new dealer coming on in. So that means we are going to get a single board bomb pot.
Neither did I. You guys want to?
Good evening, man. Good luck, everybody. I can't even get a good one with 2 cards.
Oh, that's Sam. Employee of the Year Sam here in the box.
Yeah, you get like quads in your hand.
It's kind of tough because you can only go by the top of the head sometimes. So, all right, we got a open ender here for Mike and Antonio. Does anybody have? I guess Gnome has got bottom pair.
Everyone should fold. Everyone should fold.
And both Antonio and Mike are going to make it straight. So we are going to do a lot of posturing probably here within the next minute. Mike probably licking his chops, hoping he's up against a set or 2 pair. They both have a straight. And just going to call here as 6 comes on the end. A pretty inconsequential card as he's going to double check his hand here as a bet of 300. So I probably expect there's got to be a raise by Mike. You got to do it. Now, typically we run double board bomb pots. And those are an entirely completely different animal as far as, and see Antonio's going to check. He's like, wait a second, is this happening right now? And they'll flip it up and see the inevitable truth is they're going to chop this on up. But the double board bomb pots are actually really fascinating in that, you know, you're trying to lock up one board and at least leave yourself enough to win both of them. So there is kind of an art to it that it's a little bit like playing. I think Bard had mentioned this too when he was streaming that there's that push pull factor that there's times that you're going to want to bring players into the pot when you've got a big hand. There's other times that you're going to want to try to drive players out in certain spots where, you know, you've got one side of it locked up. You might be able to build up a pot and push out the marginal half in some spots. And some players are really comfortable with it and love the action, and some are deathly afraid of it because you can get some big action even for like a 1-2 game with a $5 double board bomb pot. I've seen some just crazy stuff here dealing. All right, a raise up here by Mike. We've got, let's see, action coming here from Shane.
Last week I was talking with the nuts with him, which got 9. Yeah, we had a boat. We both got made a boat. Hold on, chopped it up. See, but I would have never thought that. Oh my God,
Let's chop the taco. Sorry, yeah, it's right up here. We'll give him the 35.
If you actually did this.
If I win, I'll give him
All right, Gnome out of this. If Mike had raised 35, who did he get action from? Somebody called him.
That'd be ugly.
Yeah. You'll see what I have. Right. C9 stand got 2 players.
All right, Antonio John's out. All right, it is Shane, the Shaniac. Not that Shaniac, but a Shane. Check and check, so he's going to check his top pair as we go to the turn. And just a 2 pair now here for Shane. Now a bet of 50, and we could see a raiser by Shane on the turn with 2 pair. raise up here to 225, and that probably should be the end of the hand. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, Taco.
Jack off, same table sneeze, instant ejection. I just made sure to cough away from the microphone.
You military?
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Air Force? Did you connection No, I'm not hooked.
And do you guys have any good stories about people getting kicked out of a poker room? That's one I would love to see, because I'm trying to remember off the top of my head of any good poker freak out stories. Our security staff's really good here at TCH. Anything I've seen has usually just been somebody who drank too much and got pissy with somebody on the table. But I don't. I'm gonna have to go deep into my memory bank for a really good freak out story on the table. All right, we got John, pair of jacks, and Taco. He's gonna fold up his spot 4-3.
We're not AFSA. We're ECC. Special workers, technically. If I don't know him, I know him.
Yeah, John is probably one of the bigger winners in the game thus far. I think
We probably have.
Taylor's probably floating around even. Taco was down. Noam might be around even. So we got Noam raising up front here with 6-5 suited.
Yeah, I'm already in through 14. So.
A couple of callers. Oh yeah, the dude who dropped his pants a couple of years ago at W. That was like 2 years ago, wasn't it? That was kind of bizarre. All right, we've got multi-way action, 6 players. Waiting.
She told me to wait.
Whew.
Okay, we're good.
All right, got the action track caught up. Here we go. This top pair for Doc. Middle pair here for Ken, Taco, and Gnome. Cameron saying, it would be epic to see a table flip on stream. No, it wouldn't. I would be totally against that. Not the very expensive RFID table. That would be a very costly table flip.
You have my job, I can get out and make a lot of it. It's like 6 months. Yeah, like 6 months down range, 6 months out.
All right, well, we've
So yeah, contracting all day.
Taco floating,
You make it.
trying to bluff catch here with the second pair.
Yeah, all tech. You're making like
Let's see, Doc, probably gonna bet this turn. Moose Studio said, watch the guy get stabbed at a home game once. Good times. That doesn't sound like a good time. It sounds like the opposite of a good time.
Well, that's not necessarily true. It's fun like that sometimes. Other times it's not.
Adam seen a guy have a heart attack, die at a craps table in Kansas City. Sounds like a country music song. Oh, Billy boy, rolling the craps.
Where you guys? Are you in Arizona?
I did.
Oh, you can see why you got out.
SDNR. Chat would come down hard on that fella. Yeah, that's who the table flipper would be most concerned with, is the people in the chat. I just committed vandalism. Some guys online are going to trash me for it. Got Doc raising in late position here with ace-10. Raise up here to 30. Taco with the king-jack suited.
And it's damn near impossible to make it over. Probably no, it's TMO, Air Trains, and Services. Three stupidest for
All right, Queen 4, Ace 10, King Jack suited. Off we go.
No, you can't. Trust me.
I was up at Shepherd with Fuels.
Okay, Fuels is pretty dumb too.
I had to do that. Fuels.
Okay.
They help.
I don't want to say alright, but they do dumb things. They're not like
That's
dumb
just saying like a Texas bar with a fence in front of the stage, beer bottle proof. I think you're thinking of that Blues Brothers movie when they're on a mission from God. What song were they singing when they're at a bar and they're just people are just throwing shit at them the entire time? Rawhide, that's what it was. Amongst the greatest movies of all time, the Blues Brothers. Man, I hate Illinois Nazis.
Yeah, when you said you were in Biloxi before.
Taco going for the $60 bet. Doc's not going to float him.
Teaser's not that bad. As an LT, I'm sure it's even better. Because you're in the hotel, right? You're in the hotel?
I've not gotten that like Texas hick bar experience. I mean, everything here is so trendy and full of hipsters, and or else just very normal. Like keep Austin weird. Like we've got a swing set in our bar that you can take pictures on. I can keep Austin weird. Like man, that's not weird.
I was in.
I love making fun of Wonder Bar on this program. Most of you guys don't know what it is, but it's just a place for people to take Instagram photos of themselves at the bar. Makes me so angry. People having fun, enjoying themselves. Makes me sick. No, I kid, of course.
A lot of hypotheses on that. The training is not easy. I think a lot of people.
All right, we got Shane 3-betting to 100.
Pretty brutal on your body.
Taylor going to take a flop here with ace 7 suited. And actually flops the best hand, 8-7, Antonio, the pair of 6s. But he is the one that's going to try to barrel up this here first, as he'll lead up the bet at 150. No, Ernesto. We know it's fine. How about this though? Taylor gonna race this up 475. Really good instincts here as he's squeezed in between Shaniak to his left, and he was not. I mean, that's really good instincts there. That you had Shane 3-bet him on his left, and the fact that once Antonio leads with this, that he can figure out, okay, I probably got the best hand here, and I could take away anyone trying to get any funny business with me from the left. So, yeah, I mean, if you're Antonio, I said, well, what can you realistically beat here? As I would be really surprised if he believes that if he's putting Taylor on a 7. So he could think that he's got like a 9-10, 9-6, Jack 10-ish kind of hand. And Taylor does have backdoor spades here, so I think that's probably what he's thinking too, is that even if he gets called here, he can still turn some equity. And Antonio's going to shove with a pair of 6s, and now a decision here for Taylor. 1,400. Antonio kind of playing this like he has an 8. I could see a player with maybe like 8-10, 8-6 pushing this move, but this is a heck of a lot of pressure to put on Taylor, as he does not know he has got an almost 4-1 edge. Can he figure it out? Can he pick up a live tell? Can he, the Spidey sense start tingling? The Spidey sense. Trying to glean some information here, as credit to Antonio here. This is a ballsy move that we don't see very often, but
Yeah. He's forced to think about it. Not binding.
Like an 11.
1190 total.
decision still looming here for Taylor Carroll. And he's going to make the call.
3 times.
It's 1-6 remaining. Antonio is going to need a 5 or a 10. And he gets a 10 on the first board. They're going to run it twice. Oh, they're going to split this one. Then they'll be going for a third for the best of 3 series. Taylor is going to get 2/3 of it. Wow. That is one of the hands of the night here. Great call there by Taylor. Unusual line by Antonio. This was not ABC poker by any stretch of imagination. And I think we are all reeling, trying to figure out how this all happened. As Shane kind of squinting there as said, guys, I'm one of the tightest players on the table, and I 3-bet you, and this is how you want to bet into me on an 8-7 board. It's going to split this pot up into 3 ways. They run 3 rivers. Not something you see every day, but very, very entertaining hand played. As Antonio hits it on the first board, Taylor actually improves his hand to a flush on the second. And then nobody improved on the third, so Taylor's 7s and 8s win it on the third. Whew. If you haven't hit that like button yet, what the hell are you waiting for? Amazing night of poker here on TCH Live. One of the most uniquely played hands that I can recall, and we have seen some odd stuff over the years, over this past year, but
I was gonna say just once, but
yeah, credit to Taylor there. That was not an easy call, but his experience paying off. That
it's not bad.
and you don't want to get the option to run multiple boards too. It just gives you the flexibility that okay, even if I'm wrong,
I like all the pain or all the games.
you know, with the flush draw, the pair, that hey, this could work out pretty well. Nicely done.
I can't call it. So you bet right at pot or at pot, I can't call it.
Terrell Hemphill, so TCH equals Taylor Carroll's house. Very nice. Very, very well done. Like it. We are hyped here. So we've got to raise up to 50 by Mike, and Ken going to call with some 9s. Great board for both. His check deuce.
If you were gonna make me choose, I was gonna just say one.
You could have never dreamed he was that far ahead.
Now, we don't allow phones on the tables. Players can back away from the table. And I mean, generally we do play the live stream on one of the TVs to either the left or the right. So players will eventually see the hands anyway, but again, we are on about a 15-minute delay, so is that Gnome there with a Godfather shirt on? Gnome had the crazy hat on last week. This week he's going with the more odder shirt. All right, 7-6, 7-4, Queen 10. Open under here for Doc. Nothing for anybody else. Taylor's like 3 to a straight flush draw, but kind of a crappy board for his particular hand. Make sure to click subscribe, turn on notifications. We do run cash games on Mondays and Thursdays on this great program that we call TCH Live. As Cameron asking, when are you having Mike Postle on the stream? Well, probably. You know, I think that meetup game is probably not going to happen. I can't officially say so, but I don't think Mike Postle will be able to step a foot outside without somebody wanting to kick his ass for allegedly cheating. Yes. It's, yeah, that is. I thought somebody brought up a great point that said, you know, I think it might have even been Taylor that said, okay, well, people would drop the suit if he, like, went on live with the bike and crushed and won. Like, this guy's so great, why don't you go on another stream and prove how good you are? All right, 3-bet here to 140 here with aces. Can you imagine how many viewers we would have if we brought Mike Postle on? I mean, we would have extra security here. I mean, it's just me and Carolyn here, so it's not like, you know.
We got the same hand. You have Jack 3? I have pocket 3. Oh! Do you really?
Yeah, that would be. And I think there'd be plenty of people wanting to get in that game to try to mess with him too. But, yeah, that would be. The optics on that would not look good, but. I mean, yeah, hey. That guy's got to come out of this house one of these days. But I wouldn't pull that like Mike Mattisau. Like, Mattisau brought him in for an interview and really didn't even ask him any hard questions, apparently. So, you know, if he would sit in the chair next to me, I'd go right at him. It'd be like Colin Cowherd on Baker Mayfield. Like, I would be that visceral to him. Because apparently Colin really hates Baker Mayfield. Austin local, Lake Travis legend, Baker Mayfield. Is Taylor going to 3-bet here to 95. On the button, going to go heads up. King, queen off and 9-8 suited. And, oh, just bottom 2 pair here for Taylor. We gotta check bet fold. Is Taylor gonna take it down?
Well, I made like a poker thing or chat.
Well, what do we got? 20 more minutes left of the program. What is your guys' favorite? We've had a lot of really fascinating hands. We had Gnome's punt with 5-4. We had Gnome make 5s full against Taylor, who had trip 6s. We had the 9-6 versus the Queen's hand between John and Taco. We had that 6-6 versus Ace-7 hand. We had Doc double up with Queens against, I think it was Antonio's Ace-King. Yeah, what would have been some of your favorites? Is there anything I'm missing? I know there's been at least 1 or 2 more really fascinating hands here.
Does it count?
200?
I know. Even if it's online, it's still fair.
All right, so looks like we're doing some tip shaming. That's kind of the tough part, since we're changing camera angles all the time. You can't always see, so you know, kids, what we say when we assume things. I'll just let you finish the rest of it, because I am not a 1990s TV dad. Except to Kind Buds, who is unofficially my son.
Raised to 35.
Yeah, that's
You gave me action, I'll give you action.
You're going pretty bad.
That's it.
all right.
You win. Fold an ace.
Well, Ken gonna win a pot. Fish cakes, great game tonight. Good job, Uncle Mikey. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's the thing. You do a lot of commentary, you tend to get better at it. Guys are giving you feedback.
They can't hear me as neatly. They kind of can.
Try to stay away from social issues and basketball. Is my expertise. And, yeah, it helps when you get a game like this where we can stay right on topic with it. And
Did you look? Here we go. Hey, did you look? You're an asshole.
I have 8 and 9 off.
Okay, I haven't looked. So I get to look and decide the amount. You
Oh,
look. You look.
That's
Minimum? No.
You look.
give him a map. You guys, I mean,
Give me you look.
yeah, but you guys were planning on doing it either way, though.
I'm not telling you what I have.
Oh, you're live.
I don't really.
this guy's gonna do like a $100 run out. It looks
You
like
don't take my money back.
between the blinds.
You think I'm joking?
One card flipped up. Taco's got a lock on this one. He's gonna pay the king. Smashed it over. 9 minutes.
God, you dropped it.
2 pair there for Taco as the blinds decide to do just like a $100 run out, and no betting, just put it down and run out the board.
And then you have fucking Andy who's got tips like up to here.
Oh, yeah.
So like, there's
And if you're
times where I
watching
think
this here for maybe your first time, maybe the second time, maybe the third time, maybe you haven't clicked subscribe, maybe you don't know how the internet works, maybe I'm acting condescending, who knows, but you can hit that subscribe button, you can turn on notifications, which is that bell looking thing next to that subscribe button. If you see a red subscribe button, I'm telling you right now, just press it. Press it for us. Help us grow TCH Live.
like I've tried so many times like
Let us take over YouTube and then eventually the world. Grow this into a poker channel that overtakes Joe Rogan's podcast. And then I can finally get that $100 million Spotify deal I've been searching for my entire life. No, I'm kidding. All right, so we got Taylor raising with queens. Now here comes Gnome, 3-betting back here with 120. Thanks, GNLM. Elam too. Love the commentary. Would love to hear to work out the rest of the lyrics of that country song now. About the time the dude died at the craps table in Kansas City. Well, top set here for Taylor, so he ain't going nowheres. No, I think gonna play this cautiously.
No, they dismissed it.
Yeah, I got dismissed. I was on my last. Really? Couldn't prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Well, the state basically said that they don't rule on gambling. It is. It is. In the state of California, it's gambling.
Bet of 80 and just gonna drive out. No, has got no reason to continue. When are you gonna mic the players up and take this stream to the next level? That is gonna actually be, that would be really hard. I think.
In essence, what happened, right?
I don't know how well you guys. On a scale from like 1 to 10, let's do this right. Let's just do a little like straw poll on a scale of 1 to 10. How well do you hear the table talk? Because I try to pause to let you hear some of it.
You're
But
losing all the time. It doesn't seem as
some folks hear it way better than others. On a scale of 1 to 10, how 1 being you can't hear it well, 10 you can hear it pretty great. Like where are you as a viewer and listener on that scale as far as being able to hear the table? Just out of my own personal curiosity.
It was pretty gross. So, like the highlights that they put together, like Joey and Paul put together, it's like, geez, yeah.
My hand, right? I had Jack.
That was you.
Where he made like
That was
a
a good
gross
one.
play.
It's like 7K, 8K. He overhead jam the river on an 8K. Something 10, 7 deuce high Jack.
Thanks, Bryson. Bryce, say table talk is always trash anyway compared to you, Mike. Thank you.
Did you?
Dude, just look me up. You can. It's not too hard to find me. I do not look like Eric Seidel. Like, I've never been so insulted in my life. Why not just make fun of my family while you're at it, too? Call my mom ugly or something? All right, we got Ken here with top hair, and I think he's just going to fold out everybody.
You said the whole case got dropped.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the masks kind of don't help anything
Well, they didn't
as far as picking up the player chat and all that kind of stuff. So, and it's also complicated if you're going to try to use like lapel mics and attach it to people that are not necessarily used to it. And thank God forbid you get somebody who just gets on a topic they may regret sharing with the table at some point, but Eric Tim asking, does the 5-5 go Thursdays? It used to before the shutdown. You could find a 5-5 game.
He fucked up such a good thing. Like if I had that thing set up, oh.
But
He made it
typically
so
it's been a lot of 1-3 match to stack, which, as the Queen of Felt will tell you, can be very, very big
do it like one or
at
two
any point. Mike, kissy emoji, kissy emoji, kissy emoji, missed the stream. I'll watch it later. Aw, shucks. No, I'm raising here with Ace Queen. Thank you to Queen of the Felt. I think she sent us a care package the other day that posted on the gram.
Ace King and
Awfully nice of her. Great time while she was here. Follow her on Queen of Felt on Instagram.
and he knew they had Ace King.
All right, Kings and Deuces here for Ken, who's on a roll right now. You know, that's like 2 pots in a row. Gnome trying to bluff bet here for $5. Almost got Ken to fold.
$5 don't fold any.
Almost.
Yeah, sure.
So they're like, all right, whatever. Oh shit. I don't know.
The table talk is It really depends on which players are on the table. There are some nights where it's just like, dude, I promise you, it's not that interesting what they're talking about. And sometimes there's a group of players out there that are like, dude, I would actually love to hear what they're saying. Try to find a happy medium between the two anyway. And if not, at least try to keep you entertained. Make sure to hit the like button, subscribe, turn on notifications. I know that's a lot, but together we can do this. So hit that like button, click subscribe, help us on the race to 10K subscribers. We can build this dream together. Standing strong forever. Nothing is going to stop us now. As we go heads up between Taco and Ken, who's going to flop top pair on a mission to win 3 hands in a row. And a 4 here on the end, so ace is up with a jack. And Ken is rolling in the gravy train. Just crushing. I think, what's that, 3 or 4 hands in a row now? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. I think somebody put a bounty on Ken that if you stack him. Adam, how much would you give if Ken gets stacked? I don't think that's going to work out, so. John is the only player capable of doing it, but let's just see our chip numbers anyway.
Okay.
Mike saying Gnome, the best Tucson player. Yeah, that's right. Gnome did move from Arizona here to Austin recently. I think he had a good run on Global Poker, won a big tournament. We've had him in the commentary chair here before. I think he was on our last stream before we had to shut down.
It also makes me think though, like those investigations are like they ask a lot of questions, but like I'm very curious how much they actually like, follow up on.
All right, we are down to the home stretch here. Again, if you would like to send a tip, donate here to the stream, to myself, the super sticker, and the super chat, you can send a highlighted image. Click that $sign. And you can send like $1, you can send like $2, you can send like $500. I mean, you know, it's up to you. We'll give you a special shout out. Nick from Yuma has been trading in all of his baseball cards so he can try to cash in his VIP reward of me just doing day-to-day commentary in the background. All right, so ace jack versus 4s. Doc McStuffins, we're gonna check. Taylor gonna bet his pair. Doc has had a propensity to float in spots like this with overcards. Turn away and cough.
It's not that bad.
And a 7 here on the end, so Doc makes a straight after Taylor checks the turn. And gonna go check as Taylor will give it on up as maybe Nick and Mike Lunier in tournament, they both MIA. Yeah, I was gonna say it's been awfully quiet. I've not heard from the Cult of Touch at all. here at this point. Ridiculous. Can't believe it, guys. They just bailed on us. William C. Gnome, Crush, Del Sol, and Tucson. He's the best. Gnome is a pretty good dude. I like him. It's been kind of an up and down night for him, but took some off of Taylor. The turn 5's full.
Basically, like, just cooler. Yeah, cooler. That's because if you're winning, they don't want you to take cash off the side. Now, this is like a newer.
All right, Taylor here with a raise in the cutoff, and we've got Doc with jacks.
I haven't found anyone that's
All right, 5 with a $10 straddle is
that are like killing it.
John is ahead. Ken's probably up like $600. Gnome's probably around even. Taylor is probably up like somewhere between 300 and 1,000. Somewhere in there. Antonio's probably, I think he's down a bit here in this session. John has been in kind of lockdown mode late here in the session. Luis Singh, his table talk, he rates that as a 7. He's got Bose headphones on. That's a good point. Like, if it really also depends if you're watching this stream, how you're watching it. If you're watching it on a TV connected through YouTube, if you've got earbuds in, if you're just listening it straight through your phone.
I feel like you were half serious.
All right, this is in 7s here for Doc. Gonna go ahead and bet it. That is here on the turn. Fold it over here to Shane, who I would not expect he would continue here. Well, give it on up. All right, so this looks like this hand coming up is going to be the last hand. Mitch checking in, watching the action from Flagstaff, Arizona. Wonderful Flagstaff. Got one of my buddies that, hey, here's a story for you. Buddy had a wedding out there in Flagstaff. So we went there to Sedona to go for his wedding. We go for the bachelor party. Me and my other buddy Dusty go out and just explore the bars there in Flagstaff. We wind up going to an after bar party, and this guy is trying to suggest to take dynamite and go up into the mountains and blow stuff up for a couple of hours. And he showed off his gun. Like, we somehow wound up in a trailer park. Like, we were pretty drunk, so we were just having a good time. And then once we got to this dude's trailer, and he's talking about he's from Portland, and like he knows how to get more, and I'm just like, dude, we are getting the hell out of here. So, like, they start walking with us. We called a cab, and then we just took off and ran right straight into the cab. It's like, no more of this. Otherwise, an amazing city. I love Flagstaff. That's a fucking great place to wake up and see the mountains. buddy works as a firefighter there within the city. You're well protected, my friend.
I need one for mine.
But holy shit, that was a crazy city to be in. All right, we've got Doc raising with ace-king. We got Antonio with ace-9. Taco with 9 deuce. As everybody connects, but Doc with the best hand.
175. The Domino's is literally like a half mile away.
There's a Wingstop close by too.
Oh, there's Starbucks.
The 475.
Doc going to raise up here to 475. I don't know if Antonio's here for the... Oh, he's going to shove all in, and Doc going to insta-call.
One time.
No, I don't.
Going to try to get lucky here. And that board is run out. Just not going to do it. Doc started the cash game with 500. Ran it up here to 3,500.
I didn't put you on ace king, man.
And probably our biggest winner with that hand in the session here tonight. So good win for Doc. Been on seemingly every one of our 5-5 streams as of late. Tough one there for Antonio. As bring up our biggest winners. Ken, John, and Doc. Taylor down just a smidge. Noam down just a smidge. Taco lost a lot in that big draw against Queens when he had a straight and flush draw. So that wraps up our show. I want to thank you all so much for joining us. Hit the like button before you hit X. Click subscribe. Thank you to Carolyn. Thank you to all of our dealers. Did terrific tonight and our core staff. I am out. We will see you here on Thursday. If we don't see you Thursday, have a great rest of your 4th of July weekend from a safe distance. Good night, everybody.